Today we do more Advent of Code in the beginning of the stream, and then we are going to continue to work on our Bevy Jam game. Let's go and see the Advent of Code first. Advent of Code Day 8. Day 8, Haunted Wasteland. You are still running a camel across desert island when you spot a sandstorm quickly approaching. When you turn to warn the elf.
Hello?
Hello, good vibes develops. First, you're quick. Nice. I just started. Like I said, we're doing the Advent of Code first. Your band developed 64. Yeah, I thought I did not remember your name. Now I see. Band develop is something that I remember. So you're no longer Ben. Change your name to Good Vibes. All right, that's a good name. Anyway, let's see. Day 8, Haunted Wasteland. You're still riding a camel across desert island when you spot a sandstorm quickly approaching. When you turn to warn the elf, she disappears before your eyes. To be fair, she just finished warning about ghost a few minutes ago. One of the camel's pouches is labeled maps. Sure enough, it's full of documents, your puzzle input, about how to navigate the desert. At least you are pretty sure that's what they are. One of the documents contains a list of left-right instructions, and the rest of the documents seem to describe some kind of network of labeled nodes. It seems like you are meant to use the left-right instructions to navigate the network. Perhaps if you have the camel follow the same instructions, you can escape the haunted wasteland. After examining the map for a bit, two nodes stick out, AAA and ZZZ. You feel like AAA is where you are now, and you have to follow the left-right instructions until you reach the ZZZ. This format defines each node of the network individually. For example, RL, and then AAA is BBB and CCC. Starting with AAA, you need to look up the next element based on the next left-right instructions in your input. In this example, start with AAA and go right by choosing the right element of AAA CCC. What do you mean? Then L means to choose the left element of CCC ZZZ. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not the right element of these two things. It's the right element of AAA. AAA is BBB and CCC, so the right element of that is CCC. Okay, understood. Of course, you might not find ZZZ right away. If you run out of left-right instructions, repeat the whole sequence of instructions as necessary. So RL really means RL, and so on. For example, here is a situation that takes 6 steps to reach a ZZZ. Okay. Starting at AAA, follow the left-right instructions. How many steps are required to reach the ZZZ? Well, it seems like all we really need to do. Is just to do this thing. Well, maybe because of the fact that we are going to repeat it multiple times, we are going to do it too long, right? Which means that what? Like theoretically, all the different possible places where we can be is every single like node, which is letters from A to Z, it seems. And in every node we can be in any position of the current like string sequence, basically. So we go to the left or right node, and we also advance one position on the command list. And we also go around in case we are at the end there. Which means, since this is only A, B, Z, it means that we only have like 26 different nodes. Is that right? Let's take a look at our puzzle input. Actually, no, we don't have only 26. Okay, good. We have a lot more. All right. But this instruction is not very long at the same time, which means that probably if you multiply the length of the instruction set with the number of nodes, then this is not going to be a very like big number, and that's like our complexity if we only are going to calculate everything like that once. Well, technically, because we are going to reach ZZZ, we are never going to start going in a loop, right? So we don't even need to check if we have been or we have not been in the thing already. We literally just need to write it. It's it seems like this is really straightforward. We just need to write pretty much the most stupid solution here. We just follows the instructions because we're never going to go in loops, right? Well, let's get coding. J8 example is going to be this one. Oh wait, there's multiple examples. There's multiple examples. That's good. This is going to be example 1, and then we're also going to have J8 example 2. Okay, and then let's do the reading of the input. Okay, so the first line is going to contain the commands, right? Input J8 example 1. Let's start with that. Let's do enum command. It's either left or right. So the L character is going to correspond to the left command, and the R is the right. So after reading the input, the first line, we need to unwrap here. The first line is going to be the commands. So commands is just a list of commands, right? Which is going to be lines next, which is the first line, and then we take the characters of that, and then we map every single character to a command. Right? Collect into a vec. There you go. So now we have our list of commands. It looks like the second line is going to be empty, and then we have a list of nodes. All right. So the actual graph is going to be stored, I guess nodes is going to be like a hash map from a string, which is like the node name, into the both left and right, which is just a tuple of two strings, right? String, string, like that. That's our list of nodes. Let's see, how do we actually read it? We, first of all, we skip the next line because it's going to be empty. Right? And then we go over all the remaining lines. And then we map those into this thing. Okay. So let's see. Name and okay, so we have like on the left side the name, on the right side we have the tuple, right? We're going to split once the line using the space equals space. This is going to give us two things, which is going to be the name of the node and the actual like tuple that we have of left and right. Right, and then we need to parse the tuple itself. So tuple, we're going to strip prefix, which is in the opening bracket, and then we're going to strip the suffix, which is the closing bracket, because we don't care about those things. Then we're going to split once using the comma, right? And that's going to give us the left and the right. Okay, so now we're just going to have a name with left and right, and this is another entry in our hash map, basically. We're going to collect those into a hash map. I forgot to put a reference here. Okay, there you go. So now we have actually read the input, right? Let's just run it on the example. Cargo run J8 part 1. Okay, I did read the example. Now we just go from AAA to the ZZZ by following our commands, right? So let's see. Commands. There is a function in Rust std which called std iterator repeat, right? But this repeats a single element. I want to repeat the entire iterator, right? Can I do something like can I just loop the iterator in case I can like copy it or clone it, I guess? I never needed to do that. Let's see, commands, iterate, those are all of our commands. Can I do loop, repeat? Interesting. Rust loop iterator. Repeat. Repeat repeats a single element. How can I create an iterator that repeats multiple values? Yes. Cycle. It's called a cycle. All right. So we just cycle this iterator. There you go. Repeats the iterator endlessly. Instead of stopping at none, the iterator will instead start again from the beginning. There you go. So that's all of our infinite list of the commands, right? And we start current node. We start at AAA, right? And basically we do while current node is not equal to the ZZZ, because that's our destination. This iterator is the actual like infinite list of commands, right? We just take the next command, right? We just take the next command and we just execute it. So we are going to match the next command, and if it is a command left, then we go to the left one. Otherwise, we go to the right one. Let's calculate what is left and right. So left and right is going to be nodes get for the current node. Pretty sure that it should be listed there, right? So we're going to unwrap it like that. And then we're going to say that current node, the new current node, is going to be either the left or the right? So, and this way we are just going from AAA until we hit the ZZZ, and we need to like update our answer plus equal 1, because that's like one more step, right? And then we just print out the answer in the end. Okay, well, let's see. This should give us the 2 for the first example. This does not need to be mutable, that's true. So for the first example, it is 2 steps. For the second example, it should be 6 steps. Let's see. For example 2, we should see 6. Okay, and now we can actually run for the proper input, which I did not save yet. This is it, day 8. Now I have saved it. Let's run. And this is my answer. Okay. Yeah, very straightforward here. Let's see the part 2. The sandstorm is upon you and you aren't any closer to escaping the wasteland. You had the camel follow the instructions, but you have barely left your starting position. It's going to take significantly more steps to escape. So I'm assuming now we're not going to be able to just simulate the thing. What if the map isn't for people? What if the map is for ghosts? Are ghosts even bound by the laws of space-time? Only one way to find out. After examining the maps a bit longer, your attention is drawn to a curious fact. The number of nodes with names ending with A is equal to the number of nodes ending in Z. If you were a ghost, you'd probably start at every node that ends with A and follow all of the paths at the same time until they all simultaneously end up at nodes that end with Z. We start at every node that ends with A, and all of them simultaneously must end at Z. Alright. Here, there are 2 starting nodes, 11A and 22A. So even although the first node becomes ending in Z after 2 steps, and the second node becomes ending in Z in 3 steps, we need them both to end in Z, which means that we are going to require 6 steps. Is that yet another example? It seems like this is yet another example for day 8. Day 8, example 3. Okay, sure. So we just need to do the same, right? Calculate the number of steps. Okay. I see. I see. Well, let's figure out how big our answer can even be here, right? Because in order to... So we only care about the last character now, right? And the last character... Well, it looks like we not only use letters now, we can also use the the numbers. I am assuming that the brute force is not going to work this time. But we can just try it, right? We can just try it. Let's just make sure that the brute force solution does not work. Because it is too slow. So the input is going to be the same, but instead of current node to be just one thing, we are going to find all the nodes that end with A, right? So nodes, keys, this is like the list of the nodes, right? And we're going to filter out those that end with an A, right? And select those. So this is our list of nodes. Our current position is not just one node, but multiple nodes, right? Okay. So then the fact that we are at the end is not just the current node is equal to ZZZ. It means that current nodes they all should end with ZZZ, right? Node ends with Z, right? So if not all of them end with Z, then it means that we need to move even more, right? Okay. So this is the command that we're going to execute, right? And we just say that for current node in current nodes, we are going to change them. Let's call this current nodes. Yeah. Okay. So we just say that current node is that now. So we basically advance every single of them. There you go. So now if I try, let's just try this on example 3, we should see the answer of 6, right? The answer is 6. Okay. And now if we try running this on the actual input, it's going to take a long time. We are not going to be able to wait for it, right? What happens if we run this in release? Are we still going to be able to wait for it? I'm pretty sure we're still not going to be able to wait for it. It is too slow of a solution and we need to improve it. Okay. So here's how we improve it. We can let it run in the background while we're working. So here's how we improve it. We want to calculate for every node. Basically, if we have been at the node, if we have been at a node already, it means that we are going in cycles, you know? It means that we are going in cycles. So here's how we go. Like because we're just following the instructions, right? Because we're just following the instructions, the way we're traversing the graph is like we go from this position to the next position and then to the next position and then to the next position, right? The only time like we're starting to go in, so like at some point we're just going to go into a node that we have been to already, right? And then we're just going to go in circles, right? So once that happens, we need to stop iterating this manually, right? And one of these nodes, I guess multiple of these nodes technically can end with a Z. Interesting. Multiple one of these nodes can end with a Z. Okay, let's try to understand how much do we need to optimize this thing. And in order to do that, I want to know, let's print out the nodes length. So like, what is the number of nodes that we have? And let's also print out the number of commands. So we have 750 nodes and 283 commands, which actually is not that big. Actually, is not that big of a number. So what are we going to do? We can also try. I also want to know how many of those start with an A. So like, how many states do we have here? So initial nodes is current nodes length. So like, how many of those start with end with an A, basically? Just six. Just six. Okay. Just six of those end with an A. Understood. All right. Well, looks like it's no longer this straightforward. Let's try thinking about that. We already know that we're going to go in circles on every single one of those six things, right? And then basically, once we're going in circles, some of these nodes are ending with Z, so they are like good nodes, and some of them are bad. So we want to know when in every one of those cycles, basically, once all of them start going in cycles, we basically have the masks. The cycles can be of different lengths, right? And the nodes of a cycle are going to be marked, and we want to know when in every cycle. So like, let's say that yeah, so like in the cycle 1, the node at the step if we take the step by the module of the length of the first cycle, right? So length of the first cycle, right? This should be, and the cycle is basically like a boolean, because the nodes are just either good or bad, either they are ending with Z or not. So like, this boolean should be true, and the same should be true for every other index for all of our 6 nodes. Interesting. I'm actually not sure. How many people have solved this, and how fast did they do this for day 8? They did it really quickly. Am I just not understanding something here? Looks like I just don't understand something. Maybe we just needed to wait for 10 minutes for our program to run there. But probably no. We have 6 nodes, about 300 commands and 750 total nodes. Well, I mean, we can just make it just run faster by, instead of like looking up at the hash map, we could construct the cycles themselves and just find when everything is true. But it still seems like the amount of iterations is going to be really big here, right? Hmm. All right. Well, that's looks like it starts being interesting here. Are we finally going to end entities today? Hold on. I'm solving the advent of code first, and then we're going to do that. I mean, we're not going to do that, but then we're going to the Bevy gem. We have a hard problem for the advent of code today, it seems. I mean, it's not, judging by the leaderboard, but I have trouble coming up with a solution here. We can try calculating the. Let's just calculate those cycles. You know, let's just while I'm thinking, let's just implement something. For example, for every one of the beginning nodes, we are going to calculate the entire path, right? So the path, like I said, is going to be something like this. We're going to start with a node, start ending with an A, and then we're going to like follow our instructions until we are going to start going in cycles, basically. So let's see. Let's create a function, a closure, which is going to be like find cycle for the node, for the starting node. Still no APL solutions? No. So this is going to give me this cycle, right? And the cycle is going to be something like so basically we're going to just emulate the beginning, right? And then whether the nodes are good or bad. So like good is just going to be a vac of pools, and then we know that the cycle like starts at a position this, basically, you know. That's all I need to know for every single starting node technically. And good means like ends with z, right? So let's do that. That moot ends with z is going to be back new, right? Okay. In order to calculate whether or not we are in a cycle, means that we need to like we are going to start being in a cycle if we have already been at this node at the specific position in the commands, right? Which means that like visited is going to be a hash set of node with the index in the command list, basically, right? So current node is the original node, right? And current command index is 0, right? So we say while not visited, while we have not been there in the current node with the current command index, right? While we have not been there, we are going to insert. Well, actually, I guess we can just insert while insert returns what? Insert returns whether the value was newly inserted. Okay, there you go. So if it already was there, it means that the insert is going to return false, right? There you go. So if we have not been there yet, then we are just going to insert it, and we're going to apply the command, right? So command that we're going to apply is commands at the current command index, right? Current command index. We are going to add 1 to that, and we're going to go in loops. So we're going to take this by module of the commands list length, right? And then we're going to execute this command, which means that current node is going to be equal to match command left or right, and left right is this, right? Not going to do that anymore. We're going to calculate the answer differently. So visited should be mutable, yes. Okay, so we just update the current node and the current command index. Ends with z means that we need to do something like ends with z, push current node ends with z. There you go. So now we know the cycle, and cycle start means that, so we are now inside a cycle, which means that I guess we need to know when was the when did we last visit. So it should not be a hash set. We need to remember the position, like when we first visited, and that's when the cycle started, right? So it's not going to be a hash set. It's going to be a hash map from this into the number of steps it took us to visit it for the first time, basically. Okay, fine. Contains key, after all, is what we're going to do. So if this key is not contained, then we're going to insert for the current node and current command index the current length of the ends with z list, because that's the amount of commands that we have executed so far. There you go. So cycle start is going to be equal to visited for the current node and current command index. This is when the cycle started. Okay, there you go. So I think I just want to like figure out for all of our starting nodes, what are the cycles that we actually have? What are we working with here? What are we working with here? So starting nodes is nodes, keys, filter, node that ends with A, right? Those are, well, we do have them here. Initial nodes. We already calculated that. So I'm going to do for node in initial nodes. We are going to find the cycle for that node, right? And then I'm going to print out cycle for the node is going to be equal to this length, and this is the start, right? So cycle this length, cycle start. I guess we can also calculate the length of the actual cycle, which is going to be cycle the total length minus the start of the cycle, I guess, right? Let's see. Okay, so it seems like the cycle starts almost immediately, right? And the cycle lengths are something like that. Okay. Those numbers are not very small. Looking forward to open-minded Groovy, exploring options, learning new, getting better. APL is not interesting though to me. I'm sorry. It is. It's not something that I'm going to open my mind to. I don't think so. All right. The only other thing that I might consider trying out that I have been thinking about is like OCaml maybe. Maybe I can try something in OCaml, but I'm not sure if I want to. Okay. OCaml was interesting during ages. It's no longer interesting. It looks like it's it has a little bit of hype currently. At least a little bit. Okay, well, we have calculated the cycles. What are we supposed to do now, though? Maybe, hold on. Let's, you know what? Let's also, good. Let's, find the ones that ending with Z. Ending with Z. I'm going to calculate cycle ends with Z. Iterate. I'm going to just filter the booleans themselves, and I'm going to count those, right? So like how many nodes actually end with Z inside every cycle? There's, oh wait, hold on, there's only one that ends with Z? Okay, now I understand. All right. Okay, that changes things. That actually changes things. So like this problem actually depends on this a lot, because like if in every cycle the node that ends with Z is like, if there was going to be like multiple one of those, then we would need to like iterate and like what exactly node should we end with, right? But now we know exactly which node we are going to end with for every beginning node, all right? And now all we need to do is, like I was saying, for every single cycle, the step, I guess something like you know, so cycle start plus step minus cycle start. We take this by the module of cycle length, right? And this should be equal. So this is like the position in the cycle where we should be, right? And this position should be equal to the Z position, you know? So we have 6 equations like this, and we just need to solve these 6 equations, right? Now we just need to solve these 6 equations. We need to find the minimal step that does this for all 6 starting nodes. So, okay, I think I know what we need to do here. So let's start with all the, so like we're going to basically maintain the list, or like we're going to maintain this set of valid steps, and the set of valid steps is always going to be basically like an arithmetic progression, right? So originally, when we have 0 nodes, every single step is valid, because when we have no nodes, all of the nodes end with z, right? So like, here's what we're going to do. Valid steps originally is going to be valid steps, which start at 0 and which have a period of 1, which basically means struct valid steps, start is this, period is this, right? This basically means that valid steps are start plus period times t, where t is any integer, basically, more than or equal than 0, right? Okay, so we start with all the steps being valid, and then we are going to iterate over all the initial nodes. We're going to iterate over all the initial nodes for node in initial nodes. We are going to calculate the basically the valid steps for just these nodes, and then we need to merge 2 valid steps together, basically, which will require us solving 2 equations like this instead of 6 at the same time, you know. So we are going to find the position of the z, since there is only one of those, right? So cycle again, find cycle for the node. Then z position is going to be cycle, ends with z, iterate, position, of the node, position of the step that actually ends with z. All right, this is going to be only one of those, since we know that, right? Now we actually have the current valid steps is going to be something that starts at the z position, right? And the period is equal to basically the cycle length, right? Let's also assert here, just in case, that the z position is more than or equal than the cycle start, right? So we start at this, and then the period is going to be cycle length. So cycle this minus cycle start. That's our period. And now we just need to merge 2 of the valid steps together, right? So we have an equation like this, right? Basically something like so like start of the first one plus plus well, we need to find the common period, so we need to find the LCM, the least common multiplier, right? Do we have the least common multiplier, LCM, in std? Z position.lcm, least std. Do we have the LCM somewhere in std? I'm not sure. LCM. Least common multiplier. We don't have that. Okay, so which means that... Do we have the GCD at least? GCD is also not in std. Okay. Well, we can... perhaps 7 for you to implement A9 with this. Anti-core. Perhaps not. Parasci, parallel language. I'm sorry, I'm not looking into new languages currently. Alright, nice try though. Rust does not have the GCD in the standard library. Like, we can implement it ourselves. Rust GCD. There's a crate that's called GCD that we can use. Can we do... And this only calculates the GCD, not the LCM, right? Okay, anyway, let's see. What I want to do here is common period is going to be the least common multiplier of the currently valid steps period and the Yo, Soulburn, hello, thank you for the raid. How are you guys doing? I'm currently in the process of solving the advent of code. What were you doing on your stream? Yeah, I know that LCM is multiplication divided by GCD. I was just, I actually assumed that we have the GCD function in the standard library. Is that really not there? I remember seeing something like this, because there is a Euclid maybe. There is div Euclid and ram Euclid, right? But those are different things. Euclidean division, that's like a different thing. Okay, it's not the algorithm for the GCD. The event of goals just behind you did day 3 and day 4 tonight. It looks like the current day, day 8, is maybe the most complex one so far. I mean, it's probably not if you like know the math how to do this, but it looks like it took me the longest time to come up with a solution here. GCD has many types. Yeah, I was just looking at this crate that's called GCD. We can use the crate, I mean, sure. Spent about 3.5 hours on day 3 and 1.5 on day 4. Alright. Well, it didn't take me that long for those days. Were you doing those in Rust? Or in some other language? I think Rust. Let me follow you. I see Rust in your title. Okay. Yeah, like just judging by the amount of code that I have written for today's already, this is the most complex one, and I have not even finished, you know? All right, now we need to find to be able to calculate the GCDs and the LCMs, I think. Let's assume that this let's just add the crate, you know, let's just add the crate. Cargo add GCD, right? Not GDC, GCD. There you go. So the LCM for T, which is the type for which we can calculate the GCD, I guess. A and B, like you said, is going to be equal to A times B divided by GCD. Wait, hold on. There's GCD binary, and GCD Euclidean. There's a Euclidean algorithm of the binary GCD algorithm. I don't care about what algorithm you use though. Just find the GCD, you know? Right? We cannot multiply those, so let's do also require the multiplication. Where output is T. Sure, let's just do that. Or maybe GCD. They just implemented inside a macro. All right, whatever. Cannot divide. Oh, cannot divide. All right, sure. Divide output is T. Let's do that too. Okay, I could write the GCD algorithm myself, you know, it's not a big deal. I guess we also need to copy here. Okay, there you go. So that's how you calculate the LCM, you just multiply and then divide by the GCD. GCD is 300 line of code. Well, I think it can take like 10 lines of code at most if you just implement it for one type and not do it as a crate. Most of that lines of code is probably the documentation there anyway, right? Okay, anyway, we needed the LCM to find the common period. Actually, you know what? We probably could just multiply those together. So we probably could just multiply those together, you know, without actually calculating the LCM. The only thing is we need to multiply 6 numbers which are this big, you know? So if you multiply 6 numbers which are 10 to the 4th power, and then you take this to the power of 6, then you are going to get this big of a number, which probably is a little bit too big. For that reason we use the LCM, I guess. Right? Wait, hold on. This doesn't seem correct. Hold on. Is it because I'm taking 10 to the power of 4 to the power of 6? Should I instead do 10 to the power of 4 and then to the power of 6? Yeah, this seems more like it. Okay. So the power is 24, which is not going to fit into a 64-bit. But with the LCMs, I think it should. We're going to panic in case we're overflowing. And if we run in the debug mode anyway. Okay, so now that we know the common period, we just need to like merge to like find where 2 arithmetic progressions like have the same values, right? Off to bed for you, 2 a.m. All right. Have a good night. Thank you for the raid again. I think we're almost done here. We just need to do a little bit of math. Let's see. What is the actual like things that we need to solve? So like start of the first one plus period of the first one multiplied by the number. GCD provides functions for calculating the greatest common divisor of 2 numbers. Yes. And we need that to calculate the least common multiplier. The algorithm is pretty simple. We could have written it ourselves. Like I said. Hold on. Here's what we need to solve. Start 1 plus period 1 multiplied by like k1 is going to be equal to t. Is going to need to be equal to start 2 plus period 2 multiplied by some other number, you know? And we need to find the minimum like multiplier here, basically, you know? That's the thing that we're trying to solve right now. Which means that, and the unknowns here are k1 and k2, right? So we need to find how k1 depends on k2, I guess, right? So k1 is equal to s2 plus p2 multiplied by k2. Minus s1 divided by p1, right? And then it has been so long time since I did math. I don't remember how to solve this. Hold on. So I know that the common period is going to be the LCM of those two, right? Especially you want x is s1 mod p and x equal s2 mod p. Yes. I don't remember how to solve this, but it requires the LCMing, right? I'm pretty sure we find the common period and then we do what? That's going to be like the period, and then we like find the minimum number, which is going to like be equal, right? So the equations are that x is equal to s1 module period 1. Wait, hold on, is it? No, it's not. Is it? I don't remember how to do math. Shit. Well, you know what? I know for a fact that the period of the next one. You know what? I'm just not going to do math properly. I'm just going to do it this stupid way, you know? I'm just going to do it the stupid way. Like, I don't need to do it using math. Let's just do the iteration. Because, like, if this is going to require us to do 10,000 iterations, that's not that big of a deal, you know? We only do it 6 times anyway, you know? So let's do that. For k1, like, this literally is what I'm going to solve. So, like, k1 is going to be equal to 0, and then while the previous one start plus the previous one start period multiplied by k. I guess I just want to find the minimum when they are going to be the same, right? So while this is not equal, today was very annoying because problem statement itself describes a very hard problem. Input is special. Yeah. So like today is it's not annoying. It's actually like is interesting because like you need to inspect the input and like what actually you are given in order to understand. So like without like doing some work with the input, you don't know the full problem statement basically, right? Which can be annoying or it can be like interesting actually, I think. All paths are independent. Yeah. And it doesn't matter that they are independent. What matters the most is that the number of nodes that end with z in every single cycle is just one. That's the biggest thing that I didn't that I only at some point figured out that I should check. Okay, hold on. Let's do loop. Let's say that this is k2, right? And then we do k1 is equal to like just like over here, right? Current value steps start plus current value steps period multiplied by k2 minus start 1 divided by period of 1. So like this needs to be, so this is the nominator, and then if nominator can be divided by the period 1, so period is 0, then we say that k1 is equal to this. I mean, that's all that we need to do, right? Is it? Let's just calculate. K1 is equal to nominator divided by this period, right? I guess the only thing that we need to do, the only thing that we actually need to do, that this can be negative, right? So we should do it in I64s instead. Because these things can be negative, right? So if k1 is less than 0, then we're just going to, like, we need both k1 and k2 to be more than or equal than 0, basically, right? For this to be correct. So in that case, we have actually found the minimum one, right? So I'm going to break the loop with current valid steps start plus current valid steps period multiplied by k. Otherwise, we're just going to do k2 plus equal 1. I'm pretty sure that it should not require us more than 10 to the power of 4 operations. Even although we could do this with math, I have not done math in a long time, it seems. Why don't you also check their first occurrence and periods? Oh wait, hold on. Is it even like... Is it even... Hello there? I did check the first occurrence and periods. Are you saying that like... No, the periods, they are different. I'm pretty sure. I have them printed out. There's something more that I didn't realize yet. That... So this is the new start, basically. New start is this. And then I say that current valid steps is starting with the new start that I have calculated, and period is going to be the common period, which is going to be the LCM, right? So that's the thing. And all we need to do as our answer is the start of the current valid steps, right? Valid steps start. Is this right? Let's see. Let's do it on day 8, example 3. Hello there, thank you for the jump scare. Shadow Crushers. Hold on, so here's what we have in the example. Cycle 411A is 312. Well, the example is actually wrong. The example is different because there are two positions where it ends with Z. The example is actually like making us think in the wrong direction in this problem. We need to run this on the actual thing, right? It seems though that I am running for infinite amount of time still, and why is that? This loop is just running forever for some reason. Let's run it on the actual example. So here's the cycles. They start like what am I supposed to see about these numbers though? Oh wait, hold on. Does it mean that it is always the last one in the cycle? Okay, the last one in the cycle is the one that ends with Z. Is that what I'm seeing here? I'm not doing the Bevy gem yet. Hold on, I'm doing the advent of code right now. It looks like it is always at the end of the cycle, right? Yeah. Does it help us somehow though? Does it mean that all I need is to find the LCM and that's the answer? I just need to find the LCM and that's the answer, I think, right? Yeah, every source ends with Z after a fixed number of steps before entering the cycle. Yeah, exactly. And then we just find the LCM because of that, instead of just actually solving math. Okay. All right. But I have already written this. Does it mean that this is the loop that is being calculated too long for me? Am I entering the infinite loop there? It is for the last one. It is for the last one. Oh wait, hold on. I know exactly why it is. It's because like I'm iterating over K2 instead of iterating over K1. K2 needs to do a lot more steps than the big period, you know? So for that reason, we need to iterate over the other thing, you know? Let's do this. Valid steps is merge valid steps and current valid steps. This is what I want, you know? Function merge like A and B. These are the like progressions that we have, right? And we want basically that A and B to be, if A period is more than B period, then AB, otherwise BA, because I want the the first progression to be having the biggest period, because that's the one that is going to require the least amount of looping here. All right. Okay. So we do A start plus A period minus B start. That's the denominator. Then we want to divide that by B period, right? And then that's the actual thing. that we have. Right? So then we just return the valid steps, which start is this, and period is the common period, which is going to be the LCM of A period and B period. Okay. Even although, yeah, the input, I still missed one thing there. It seems. I still missed one thing. Let's just make sure that it still is going to work for me. There you go. It looks like it did. Let's check that the answer is correct. You know what? I am surprised though. This is the right answer. Okay, easy. But I'm surprised that the leaderboard was filled in 10 minutes here. Is it just because I'm bad at math? Like how, like because you need to inspect the input, right? Like how do you even check that in 10 minutes? I'm not sure. You know, because like, yeah, this problem isn't interesting because you need to like run some theories on your input that are making the problem easier, right? So what we actually need to do is, instead of like merging these things, all we need is to just find the cycle and the cycle length and just calculate the LCM of those cycles, and that's it. Solve it in Nix. Nah. I'm good. I'm not going to do some math in Nix. Not going to. Alright. So we can like remove this code and just find the LCM of all the things, right? Let's go over it again just to make sure that the answers are correct. So for node in initial nodes, we're just going to find the cycle, right? We're going to find the position of the z, and we're just going to assert that the z position is equal to the literally the end, right? This is literally what we're going to assert, right? It's the position of the node that we're trying to go to is always at the end of the cycle. That's it. Most people probably let the brute force run and then probably tried printing periods stuffs in the paths. I've checked that there is only one destination for each source. You can just manually compute LCM online or something. Oh yeah, I guess you don't need to like write the code for calculating the LCMs. True. Yeah. But I mean, it still means that you need to like print out those cycles and like inspect this, right? I was like originally when solving, I was only like printing out the answer. I'm not doing any debug output, which I guess I just should do more often in this advent of code if there is going to be more problems like that. Part one was pretty straightforward. Yeah, part one is pretty straightforward. Just iterate and that's it. Yeah, I agree. And for that reason, you just comment out the debug output and then run and then try solving the part two. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know how so many people have thought about it that fast. But all right. Maybe I'm just not good enough yet. Okay, so we just do this, right? So we calculate the answer as the LCM. Is LCM of the current answer and the length of the current cycle, right? Wait. Hold on. It also depends when we start here. It's not only the LCM, it's when the cycle starts. Like, imagine if the cycle also started at the position 0. Are all the cycle lengths also like prime numbers? So we just multiply them? Probably not. Binary lifting and compute bigger jumps for each pass, but you wasn't able to justify why you need that, so you waste a lot of time. Hmm. Yeah, I do big jumps over here instead of doing math, right? I just use the biggest period to make these big jumps, which is kind of like the that thing. But yeah, I just don't remember how to solve this properly using math, unfortunately. How do you calculate it though? You just calculate the LCM of all the cycle lengths. How do we account for the like for the beginning? Well, you just know the current start. The last two numbers added equal the first one, so you just make the LCM of the first ones. I'm not sure what this means. Last two numbers. The first number that I have here is the amount of like commands that we executed before entering the cycle. The second one is the start of the cycle position. The third one is the basically the length of the cycle, right? And yeah, we do see that the sum of the last two is equal to the first one. Oh, you just find the LCM of the first number? Is what you're saying? But why though? Because we don't want to multiply the we don't want to repeat the original like two steps in this case before we entered the cycle, right? We're not repeating those steps over and over, right? We're just repeating the cycle over and over, which means that I need to find the LCM of the last number, right? And that's going to be the final period, and then you just add. My brain is broken. My brain is broken after this problem. All right. I think I'm good with my solution. It is a little bit more verbose, right? It's almost like more generic solution that what we needed to do. But what are the prints? I'm printing the amount of the amount of steps I did before entering the loop, and then the position at which we come back in the loop, right? And then the length of the loop. So I know that for the final cycle, we want to find the the LCM of the loop lengths, right? That's going to be the final loop length. But we want the start. I'm just willing to say that I'm done with this problem, you know? Like, I solved it. I solved it. Math is hard. Math is hard. It has taken me already 1.5 hours. So we can just go and work on our Bevy gem. Alright. There you go. Day 8, easy. Okay. Math is good. Yeah. I'm not like into the combinatorics and this kind of math though too much. I prefer like if this math was about like linear algebra, that's something that I like more. So then maybe I would have went for it. But I don't like this kind of math. Not my thing. All right. Let's go to the Bevy gem now. So we're doing the Bevy gem. Bevy gem. 3 days and 6 hours are left. And we, I think, finished with the gameplay, and now we need to make our game look better. Here's what we currently have. We have crabs. And we're going to replace those crabs with some better art. And I am thinking that we are going to do 3D2. So we're building roads. And then next to the roads, we're building houses. Houses are spawning other crabs that are like gathering more resources for us, right? And then once we have enough resources, we can build more different things. Like this is going to construct the golden crab, which is going to so these crabs, they are like harvesting faster the resources. And then Builder Academy is building us more builder crabs. And then we can also construct the storage. Storage is just for storing the resources that we use for building new things. And then the final thing that we need to build is the monument. And that's basically the end goal. So yeah, pretty short. Kind of a very tiny city builder kind of game, I guess. So what we need to do is to do the graphics. All right, here's the first thing that I want to do. I want to figure out how to do 3D here. So instead of being a 2D game, I'm just going to use a 3D camera, right? These crabs, we're still going to use the sprites for them, right? But they're going to be in 3D space now. Can I just spawn a 3D camera instead of a 2D camera? I'm wondering. Or should I do something else? Camera 2D. Super Ant Maker 3D. Hello, Brainoid. And also, here's my current idea, by the way. We are doing the Bevy gem, and the reason we have crabs is because we're using the Rust programming language, right? And then the Bevy is like the Rust engine that is like hyped. So here's what is going to happen. Our monument is going to be the monument, which is going to look like these 3 Bevy birds, basically. I think we're going to construct a monument in 3 steps. We're going to build the base, which is going to be 1 bird, and then we like upgrade it to have 2 birds, and then we have 3 birds, and then they're just going to like have animation on them, and then our crabs are just going to do a crab rave dance around the monument like that, you know, to visualize the hype around the bevy like that. Not sure if we can like do the resource that we're harvesting to be somehow relevant to the Rust and Bevy somehow. You can sign up, log in, create levels, update levels, list other people's levels, update, submit scores, but still lots to implement. All right. You're saying we, but I thought you were doing it solo. All right. And also, here's there's a question. If you are using like a we can, meaning you can too. All right. If you're using a database, do you need to like pay for the server, or if you're just using a database, you can use something that's free for a game like that? Free tier MongoDB. Okay. They just limit the number of requests to the database, right? For the free tier, I'm assuming, which should be like enough for a game jam game anyway. Okay, can I just do a camera 3D bundle instead? Camera 3D bundle. Let's see what is inside our camera 3D bundle. Do we have a scaling mode there? No. We have a projection, which is a... Is this a different kind of projection? It's now a perspective one. Projection. Okay, what's the default one though? Projection. Projection. Default is perspective. Okay. And perspective projection, we have FOV, near and far. Okay. I think we just use the default one, you know? So fixed vertical is the same stuff. Camera 3D bundle. Default, sure. We can change the FOV here maybe. Let's see. Am I going to see anything? I'm probably not going to see anything. If I just change my camera to be 3D, right? It's your first time doing a no SQL database, and documentation is shit. They're upgrading and changing things lately. Alright. I thought they just provide you with an API for whatever language you're using, no? Or they just give you the REST API? Or I'm not sure. What is a NoSQL database anyway? Hold on, I'm not even sure. What's that? NoSQL. Approach the database menu that's going to accommodate for a wide variety of data models, including key value. NoSQL database generally means it's non-relational, distributed, flexible, and scalable. So you're, I mean, what does it mean? Does it mean that you're not using SQL? No, it's not only SQL. All right. The custom querying language. Okay. So it's SQL with an extension, something, right? You cannot join tables. All right. I mean, I'm assuming that for a game like yours, all you need to do really is just a key value store. No? Like that's all you need, really. I think. If I'm wrong. Did we not see anything? We did not see anything because the... We panicked at camera controls. Okay, yeah, so the camera controls are not going to work because we don't have the orthographic projection anymore. Right? The camera controls are going to be different. So let's do instead get single mute, and then let's do... Is this return optional? This returns the result. That's okay. Have that. Otherwise, return. We're just going to disable this system in case our camera is not 2D camera. Okay, and now I just don't see anything. Amazing. When I click, we don't have the world position cursor. All right. Okay, we need to like make the 3D thing work. How do I do that? How do I do that? First of all, I want to see things. Do I just change the camera transform here? Maybe I just need to make it a little further away because it's camera. Hello, camera 3D bundle has a transform. Where's my rust analyzer? It's not working. Hello? Translation. Z is equal 10. Can I just do something like this? Or should it be negative 10? Or should it be positive 10? I'm not even sure. Which way are we looking? Which way are we looking in a 3D camera by default? Are we looking towards, like, is forward the Z? Did I just see it to do? No, it's a note. Tone mapping, dither, color grading, visible entities, projection, camera render graph, camera. Okay, let's see. Bevy 3D camera. Setup. Bevy provides a bundle that you can use to spawn a camera entity. It has reasonable defaults to set up everything correctly. You might want to set the transform position of the camera. Sure. Oh, we can do a looking at. Looking at function is an easy way to orient the 3D camera. The second parameter is the up direction. If you want the camera to be tiled sideways, you... Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do this. We just do transform as transform from XYZ. Right? We just do 0, 0, and 10. And then we do look at. So we're going to look, let's just look straight down, you know, look at 0, 0, 0, and the up. Can I do the up to be vec Z? Not look at, but looking at. After you have the actual graphics for your game, can you send me 1 or 2 assets so I make them sticker decorations in your game? Sticker decorations in your game? Alright. I would need to be orthogonal though, maybe. I don't think it needs to be orthogonal, but I'm not sure if it can be like collinear with the looking direction, because right now I'm placing the camera directly above the 0, 0 point, so I'm not sure if this is going to work. Field assignment aside of the initializer. Yeah, sure. Let's do transform is this, and then we do other things are default. right? But I'm pretty sure if we like move our y coordinate, for example, to -2, for example, then we're going to have a top down and a little bit sideways because of that. Now the only thing that I'm not sure is we still don't see anything, right? We still don't see anything. How do I see something in the 3D camera, you know? Let's just spawn something that we should be able to see. Maybe it's the sprite bundle. Like, maybe is sprite bundle not visible in 3D cameras? Like, how do I know? Because that's these are the things that I'm actually like drawing, right? Can I like spawn a cube? Or what should I do? Mesh bundle? Material mesh bundle? What should I like spawn to just see something in 3D? We do camera 3D bundle, projection, FOV, in radians, zooming, orthographic projection. Hold on. Can you give me an example of spawning a 3D object? Or should I be able to see my sprites? Anyone knows if Bevy draws sprites in 3D? Bevy sprite 3D. Use sprites in 3D Bevy scene. Use 2D sprites in a 3D Bevy scene. So like by default, when I spawn a sprite, it's not going to be rendered in 3D cameras. Is that right? Is this documented anywhere in Bevy? Sprite. Bevy sprite. Almost no documentation here. Okay, well, that's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming that the sprites are not visible on 3D cameras, right? And for that reason, there is this plugin, which is called Bevy Sprite 3D, right? It has transforms which should be visible unless mesh culling. Well, it depends on the implementation of the engine. Maybe like what does our sprite bundle have? Sprite bundle. Sprite bundle has a sprite, right? And maybe sprite is something that is unable to be rendered in 3D. It's depending on like the implementation of the systems that actually perform the drawing, you know? Transform is not enough, I'm pretty sure, in order to see something. Like, what's the reason for the Bevy Sprite 3D then to exist? In fact, I probably don't want to do the sprites. I want to do like there are multiple ways to draw 2D things in 3D, right? One of them is the billboards, another one is like the sprites, which are always facing the camera. Another one is I probably want my crabs to still be horizontal, you know? So I just need to create a horizontal plane mesh or something. Mesh bundle. Like, I'm just like, how am I supposed to guess what I need to draw here? Bevy draw 3D 3D lines. What am I supposed to draw? Material mesh bundle. Is this it? So we have the mesh and the material, right? Material mesh bundle, I think, is what we need to do for drawing things in 3D, right? Material mesh bundle. Let's just try spawning like a cube, maybe. So transform can be at 0, 0, visibility, all of those things can be the default. What's the default material? Material is a handle to the material. And this is a handle to the mesh. Okay, it's really hard to do without examples, I guess. All right, materials. This is an assets of line material. So we just add the assets ourselves manually. I see. So we can like load a material from an asset server, or we can just construct one ourselves, or we can construct a mesh ourselves. Okay, I see it. Meshes. Res mute assets of a mesh, and then materials, res mute assets material. Oh, line material. Oh, it's a specific material. Handle M. Hold on, so material mesh bundle is a generic over any material. I don't want the line material. What are the other materials that we can have? Color material? Can we do like texture material? Okay, fine, let's do color material. Material is materials dot add color material. We have, oh, my color material can have a color and can have a texture. All right. So texture is going to be the default. Texture, I'm assuming this is a handle. Okay. Texture 1, sampler 2. Is this the WGPU thing as bind group? Okay, sure. Color, default. I mean, just the default probably is going to be the white color, right? Trade bound color material is not. Hold on. So color material is not a material. The following types implement the material: wireframe material, extended material, standard material. Okay, what is standard material? What is standard material? A material with standard properties used in PBR lighting. Base color texture, emissive texture. All right. Is this what we use even for sprites? Let's do standard material. No standard unlit. Well, this is you can configure this standard material to be like unlit, I guess. Maybe. Or maybe there is some other materials. I don't know. Maybe I should look at the documentation or something. What do you think of you? I never tried it. But people seem to have built something with it. I'm not really into just regular front end. We're doing games. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think if I was to just do a front end, I would use TypeScript instead of Rust. Standard material. Standard material. Can I just do the default, like something default, like this? Okay, there you go. And then mesh. Meshes, add, mesh, new, primitive topology. Construct a new mesh. You need to provide a primitive topology so this renderer know how to treat the vertex data. Most of the time, this will be a triangle list. Okay. Can we do we have a constructor for cubes? I want to draw a cube. New, primitive topology. Mesh from line list. Okay. Can I do a cube? Cube. Cube. Shape. Cube. Alright. What can I do with this cube? Render mesh shape cube. Impl from cube for mesh. Okay, there you go. So we just do mesh from cube. New. Of size 1. Alright, there you go. Now we should be able to see the cube, right? We have the 3D camera, we have a cube. You made a few tracks. We already have Vas who's doing the music. Okay, there you go. Okay, the cube is actually seen. The cube is at 0, 0. We see a little bit of the of this side of the cube because I moved my camera a little bit this way, not directly above 0, 0. Okay, so that's good. That's good. We are able to see the cube. The cube is for some reason completely gray. Is the default material gray, or is it this because I don't have a light in our... Probably because I don't have light in our scene, right? Third dimension, POG, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out. It looks like I don't see sprites in the 3D. So I need to spawn something else than the sprites, right? So I need to figure out how to draw. So I'm pretty sure that for a lot of things, I'm just going to draw 2D things, you know? So like horizontal plane object with a texture on top of it is what I want for a lot of those. Can I do plane? Can I do plane? There is a shape plane. Nice. Plane new. No, not new. Plane from size. Create a new plane centered at the origin with the supplied side length and 0 subdivisions. Pretty much what I need to do. Pretty much what I need to do. With the supplied side length. Side length of 1. Let's see this. This should give me the horizontal plane instead of a cube. And then we want to add a texture to it. I don't see it. Where is my plane? Why did I see the cube, but I don't see the plane? How is plane different than a cube? Is it because it's too small? 10? I don't see it. I don't see it. You reading? I am reading. Backface cooling? Something to do with normals? You think it's by default? If you ignored us this much during hands, you could have completed faster. What? And I'm not ignoring anything. Okay, here's the music by Shadow Crushers. But like I said, we already have the music guy. We have Vess, who is doing the audio. I'm sorry, Shadow Crushers, we're going to use Vess's audio instead. End game music when it finished. We already we have the end game music too, by the way. Here's the thing. I mean, the original, the first attempt for the end game is going to be this. And our crabs are going to dance and do a crab rave around the Bevy monument to this track. Don't worry, they didn't use my music many times. What do you mean? We didn't use your music many times? For the Linksider? Is that what you mean? Going back to it soon. Other games? I don't remember. I don't remember other games where we didn't use Brainoid music. Maybe you're joking, because literally every game has Brainoid music. Even although you didn't ask us to do it there. Made my own music once and didn't use the one I made. Wait, when did that happen? You for the Jaggle Mail, I think is basically the only time I did my own music. No? All right. Why don't I see the plane? Why don't I see the plane? Anyone sees the problem with this code? We did see the cube. We did see the cube of size 1, right? Let's see the cube again. There's the cube. And then we try to do the plane instead. And what's wrong with my plane? Oh, wait, hold on. A square on the XZ plane. Can I do a square not on the XZ plane, but only on the XY plane instead? Can I do a plane on a different thing? It looks like the reason we don't see the plane is because it's vertical, instead of it being horizontal. And then also we still don't see it because the normal is probably like towards up, and we are seeing the bottom face of it. So that for that reason we don't see anything, right? How do I rotate my mesh here? Do they have with transform? No, not for the mesh. Dot size subdivisions. Plane just has size of subdivisions, so we construct the mesh. What can I do with my mesh? Attributes, indices, those are all private things. How do I modify my mesh? I can change the transform for it, but can I just change it on the mesh directly? With computed Fratelet normals, with duplicated vertices. Compute contains duplicate vertices. Indices. Attributes. Maybe color? No. I'm pretty sure that we're seeing the bottom of it. Okay, well, here's the thing. We're just going to do the transform because right now it's the XZ plane, which is looking towards, so like the front face that we're supposed to see is from the positive Y because of that, right? So we need to do transform from rotation, quad rotation. So we're going to need to rotate around the x-axis, and the angle in radians is going to be what, 90 degrees or negative 90 degrees, something like that. Radians, right? I think it should be negative 90 degrees if I don't see anything right now. No, I see it. Okay, there you go. Now we have a plane. Now it's properly rotated. Now let's try adding a texture to it. So I'm thinking that the material should not be the default. Maybe we have width. No. Standard material. Default. But what do we want to change here? The base color texture, right, is going to be some texture of the crab, for which we need the asset server, right? Some asset server load crab.png, right? And now we should be able to see the crab. It is still really dark, which means that we need to also spawn a light, I'm assuming, for this standard material to work better. There you go. Also, I see that for this thing, we are not, so like the transparent pixels are not being transparent, but the crab has been loaded. So how do we do the thing? Transparent? No. Opacity? No. Cool mode? Oh, yes. Yeah, see over here, the default cool mode is cooling the back face. What else do we do? Alpha mode? What is alpha mode? Alpha mode. Pre-multiplied. There is a blend. So this is the straight alpha blending, right? And this is the pre-multiplied alpha blending. I guess we can just do the regular one, right? And the default is opaque. For that reason, we were not seeing the... we're seeing transparent pixels as black. Okay, so now we should see it properly. There you go, we have a crab. Now let's add a light to the scene, right? Now let's add a light to the scene. Spawn. Is there a light bundle? Spotlight bundle, point light bundle, directional light probably, right? Directional light bundle, there you go. Directional light. Just default. What do we have here? We have the transform. Directional light bundle. Directional light color. By default is white color. Illuminance, shadows enabled. So like by default the shadows are not enabled for this, but we can do that. Shadow depth bias, shadow normal bias. Okay. So we just do directional light. The default. The only thing that I probably want to change here is the transform. The transform. For the directional light, how does the transform... What actually matters for the directional light? The position of it or what? I mean, let's just try the default directional light bundle, right? Is our crab going to be lit? It is. Now it is too bright. Why? Because it's probably because of because our material is doing like it's a little bit too shiny, right? I don't want the shinies on the material. Yeah, I think I want a different material actually. Do I even want the lighting? I mean, probably, right? What is this called in the materials? We have the base color, and then we have emissive color, the material that emits to the camera. We don't want the crabs to be emissive texture, perceptual roughness, linear perceptual roughness. Low values result in a glossy material with specular highlights. Yeah, I don't want specular highlights on my crabs, do I? Can I have perceptual roughness texture? There's a metallic roughness texture. Okay. So the default is 0.5 for the perceptual roughness, and the metallic defaults to 0. Do you have a title screen music? Shadow Crushers, don't do music for us. We have Vass who is doing the music, alright? Right. What did you try to do there? Reflectance. Specular intensity for non-metals on a linear scale of 0 to 1. Use the value as a way to control the intensity of the specular highlight on the material. How reflective is the material rather than the physical property reflectance. How is the reflectance? For 0, no specular highlight is visible. Like, how is the reflectance different from perceptual roughness? I thought those are the same thing. You just have the... Like, for that reason, the texture is literally called metallic roughness texture, right? Because those are the two things that you want to, like, do. I'm not sure what reflectance is. I never saw that property in, like, Blender. I don't think so. There's only the roughness and the metallicness. No? Diffuse, transmission, translucency. The amount of light transmitted through. Specular transmission. Do I want a rough material? Like, what do I want here? Anyone knows these materials? I'm not really doing much 3D usually. Let's try the roughness to be equal to 1. So it's going to be a rough material. We're not going to have the specular highlight because of that, right? No, as you see, like, this crab is still a little bit too bright. Why is it too bright? Because it's too close to the light, or what? Why? Specular transmission 0. Is this what I need to set? It is still too bright. Maybe something wrong with my directional light. I'm just using the default directional light bundle, which is at 0. Material mesh bundle. Material. There's extended material. Specialized mesh pipeline. From world. No. Hold on. 3 implementations. Only 3 things implement the material. The extended material, the PBR material, which is the standard material. So it is just physical based rendering. The PBR material is what we have. How do I make the PBR to not be this bright? Why is this bright? I don't understand. Anyone knows? PBR too bright. Fix. No. This should be the color that we should see. Fog enabled. We can have the fog. Thickness. Unlit. Oh wait, hold on. Unlit. Whether to apply only the base color to this material. Unlit, true. Right? But I still want to have some light, maybe, eventually. But for now, I can just do unlit material, right? Okay. Kind of. We have this thing now. Alright. So. Um... So. Over here, I'm adding the new material to the material assets. And this gives me the handle to the material, right? Which I can then store in a resource in order to use the same material for different things, right? I'm assuming. So this should be, let's do setup materials, I guess. System, which is going to be similar to the setup camera. We are going to also set up materials, right? Setup materials. Okay, we're going to have commands here. We're going to have meshes and materials and asset server inside. Camera is just going to to spawn just the camera. It was just me playing around with things. The directional light is going to be spawned here though. And then for the material setup, can I do commands insert resource? I can. There is initialize resource. Pushes the command to the queue for inserting a resource with an inferred value from world. No. Init resource. Okay, so the resource is going to be the materials. And we are going to have material mesh bundle is mesh. So like, it's not even materials. It's also the meshes for every type of end that we are going to have in the game, right? So every single end type is going to have their mesh and their custom material, right? So let's see, derive resource. We're going to have struct end material. Maybe I should not call it materials because we have both meshes. It's going to be a hash map from end type to the handle of a mesh, right? And then we have materials, which is going to be a hash map from end type to a handle of a standard material. There you go. Something like this. So we're going to spawn material mesh bundles for every end. using meshes and materials from this resource. So over here, we're just loading those things, right? Insert resource and materials with meshes and materials. Okay, there you go. Let's move meshes. This hash map new and materials hash map new. Okay. So we are going end type. I also think that one of the things that is not an end type is the harvestable resource right now. Oh. I'm also like trying to think, how am I going to, well, whatever. Let's just start. Let's just start with that, I guess. End type. So we're just going to see the ends. Sure. Sure. Let's just do for now. Let's just do for now something like for end type in. So we're going to have the base originally, and we're going to have the builder, right? So for those, we're going to do meshes insert for the end type to be mesh home plane from size 1.0. Well, actually, hold on. I definitely do want this mesh to be rotated not using transform. I want to apply transformation to the mesh itself. I don't like this thing. There must be a way for me to modify the mesh, right? There is insert attributes. There's with inserted attribute. Attribute mute. Attribute mute values. Indices. Count vertices. Get vertex. Duplicate vertices. Duplicate vertices. Compute flat normals. Mesh. Attribute position. Unwrap as float 3. Yes. Can I just... Can I just do an XY plane instead of XZ plane? Bevy XY plane. Or maybe like, hold on, Bevy coordinate system. Maybe we should use the Bevy coordinate system instead. Bevy uses a right-handed Y up coordinate system. Maybe we just should use that. You know? Maybe we should just use that coordinate system. The Y is up. So for that reason, the mesh is XZ, right? Sure. Let's just do that. We're just going to need to change our camera for the up to be Y. And we're going to change the up, like we're looking from 10, -2 instead, right? Okay, sure. Sure. Mesh from this argument of type Bevy mesh expected something else. Oh, it's a handle mesh. Yeah, we should have do here meshes.add instead, right? There you go. No method add. Mesh, I guess mesh assets we're going to call this, and this material assets. Mesh assets. Can I add an asset like named asset or something? No? so that I can get it later. This is just asset ID. Whatever. Meshes and material assets insert for the end type. They're just going to have the standard material. This is going to be material assets. Add standard material, right? Material mesh bundle is what we're going to spawn for our dudes. We're going to need to change the way we're doing the transforms instead of being XY to be XZ, but that's that should be okay. So it is standard material. Found handle standard material. Wait, what? Oh, not material assets insert. Materials. Insert. This stuff. Okay. And then for the standard material, once again, we just are going to do... Let's just do unlit true for now. Let's just do base color to be end type dot color, right? Because that's what we have currently. Let's just make sure that we're going to see the entire world in 3D right now. For now, we're just going to spawn a plane for every single thing, and then we can replace those with either like actual 3D models for some things. Maybe for some things we're going to have it. Maybe for some things we're going to do something else. I don't know. Asset server is for loading the things, right? Let's just make everyone a crab. You know, let's just make everyone a crab. Base color texture is some asset server load crab PNG. There you go, something like that, right? Everything is a crab. Everything is a crab, and then instead of doing a sprite bundle, instead of doing sprite bundle here, and we're going to do something else. I mean, this is for the resources. I'm just going to ignore those for now. What I want is when we're placing an end, this is the preview. This is the preview. Should I have like a different material for the preview? I guess. We just do the alpha of 0.5. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is the preview sprite bundle. We just should be searching for sprite bundles and like deleting them, right? Hello? Hello, hello. Sprite bundle. What is that? Oh, this is the preview. Okay. So here's one we're actually spawning the sprite bundle, the texture, and then the transform. Okay. All right. So this Z is actually going to be like the layer. I'm not going to use the Z anymore, I think. So let's see. Instead of doing a sprite bundle, we are going to do something else inside this system, which is doing the entity types. Yes. Okay. So we are not going to use the asset services. We're going to do and materials, which is going to be a resource of and materials, right? This is the resource, and we are going to, instead of doing a sprite bundle, we're going to do a material mesh bundle, right? a material mesh bundle where the material is going to be and materials get for the end type unwrap or default, I guess, right? Can we just do cloned, because we're going to clone the handle. Handles are clonable, right? Get cloned. Trait type, end type, borrow reference to end type is not there. Okay, this is how we do it. And then similarly, we're going to do the mesh is the meshes for the end type, right? So, and then the sprite bundle is completely something that we can ignore. And then also we do update transforms. Update transforms is updating the sprite because the custom size is being changed. But I guess we don't do that because that's going to be inside the mesh itself. Yes, we're only going to change the transform based on the position and optional size. So transform translation is going to be equal to the middle extend 0, or like the current translation z, sure. No, the current translation y, and then we swizzle this to be x, z, y, right? Sprite custom size, we don't do that. Oh, see, okay, x, z, y, there you go. Am I going to see some crabs right now? I'm not sure. Hopefully. We do see. Okay, there you go. We have 1, 2. 1, 2. And we should have more than that if we just make our camera look from a little further away, right? Let's make our camera look from 100 height instead of from 2 height. Is this too far now? Shit. 50 maybe. There you go. Why do I see why do I only see 3 though? Why do I only see 3? I should be seeing actually 5, because those are the builders, right? Those are the builders. We are supposed to have 4 of them, and then the last one should be the base in the middle, because I am doing the mesh for the base. So the only thing over here, the size of the plane, is going to be end type dot size from size. I cannot even make a mesh which has the different size on X and Y, really? Oh, quad. I think I need a quad. I think I need a quad instead of a plane. Quad. New. And this is the size. Amazing. And type.size. This is what I need, right? A rectangle in the XY plane. Why is quad different from plane? Okay, sure, whatever. But now I don't see anything, fuck. Why don't I see anything now? Is quad somehow different? We have UVs here, yes. How is quad different from a plane? Like, really? Why am I not seeing anything now? It's the same. It's also is a plane on the axis plane. It just has a size which is different, right? Z fighting, remove background for testing. I don't have background. No, 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 no. Something else right now is wrong. It's just a background color that we're clearing this screen with. So we don't have anything to fight to have the Z fighting right now. I just changed my plane to be a quad, and they should be the same thing. The entity type size should be like 1 by 1, or for a basis a 5 by 5 quad, right? So yeah, looks like quad versus plane are different things. Okay, let's just make sure again that I'm not imagining this. Plane from size. Let's just do the maximum element. Sure. This is the maximum element. It's also like weird that I'm actually not seeing the base at all right now, you know? But I do see the 3 crabs here. Why am I not seeing the base? Okay, maybe that's also the other thing that is a mystery to me right now. Why am I not seeing the base? Because for the base, I'm also inserting this material and this thing. You know? Sprite bundle, we're just going to ignore that because that's like for like the harvestable resources, they don't have the 3D model yet. Just trying to look for the ants themselves. Transform. Oh, wait, hold on. Edit sprite. That's why, probably, because I did not add the sprite here. Well, this is this is inside the ore though, so we don't like really care about that, you know? This doesn't matter. This does not matter. Maybe let's do the 0 here, just in case. Maybe it's because we had we just have the translation of all the ants to be at the 0 height, right? It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. I also see that the crabs are like too dark now again. What's wrong with that? Transform. If I change my camera a little bit again. It's just being closer. So weird. What's wrong? Oh, maybe this one is hovered. Well, I check the sprites here. So like this is not working because we don't have the sprites anymore, right? For the hovered things. And types. Let's see it again. I'm doing the material mesh bundle with this mesh and this material. And then the transform is going to be updated later based on our position and our size, right? By default, transform is at 0. It is the default. I don't get it. I don't understand it. What should I be looking for? It's so weird that I have only 3 crabs showing on the screen. What's wrong with the 4th one? Is it because it's below 0 for some reason? Shouldn't matter though, right? We can say the cool mode is none, for example. Let's not cool any faces. Maybe that's the thing. Although it shouldn't be. Like there is a 4th crab over here in the bottom, and the big crab in the middle is what we should have. I don't understand. Let's just spawn commands spawn. Just make sure we're spawning a bundle. We have a position 0, 0. Right? And I have an end type. I have a base, right? That's our base. We should be able to see it. Because the other system is going to have insert like the material mesh bundle. This stuff. Now I see it. Look, see? Did I not spawn it for some reason? Wait, did I just not spawn it for some reason? But my like basic builders did get spawned. Why is this crap here? That's our actual base. That is our actual base. It is probably because I'm not generating the chunks now when that I have the 3D camera, right? But still, like, where do the three crabs come from then? Builder? We do spawn the builders when we're generating the chunks over here, right? Let's do it over here. Print out generating rect. Yeah, we do need to like fix our chunk generations because we don't have a 2D camera anymore. But where do these three guys come from? I am generating from -64 to 0 and from 0 to 64 and from 0 0 and from and to oh, I see it. I see. It's because we're only spawning the top left and top right quadrant, but not the bottom left. Okay, yeah. The problem is the map generation. All right, understood. Let's see. Here's our chunk generation. And in order to calculate the chunk generations, we find the camera and the global transform of the camera. And we do it by doing viewport to world 2D, which, like, how is this supposed... It returns a 2D world position computed from the position of this camera's viewport. Like, why am I allowed to... Like, this should not just work, right? My camera is a 3D camera. Why am I allowed to, like, interpret it as a 2D camera? I don't get it. This is a bad API in my opinion. We have a 3D camera, right? Did I already do today's Advent of Code? Yes, I did. I did. I do it in the beginning of the streams before moving to the Bevy gem. Okay, so we are calculating the viewport. So instead of doing viewport to world 2D, we do viewport to world, right? This gives us the camera ray. Yes, we do this, and then we intersect with this ray with 0 0, right? So we're going to map the ray. What does the ray have? Direction and origin, right? So we do origin plus ray direction multiplied by time to hit the ground. The ground is at y0. So the time to hit the ground is ray origin y divided by ray direction y. Is that right, or is it negative? It's negative, I'm pretty sure, right? So we do that, and then we take the xz from here, right? Let's see. There you go. Now we have the big crab and the 4 small crabs. We have fixed the generation of the infinite map here. All right. The camera controls are not working anymore, which we should also fix. Now that we have the 3D camera, we don't see other things. So the only things that are left to show is the actual, like, harvestable resources, right? So for those, we are going to also make them end types, I'm pretty sure. When we're generating chunks here, we are spawning these like bundles, right? But instead, we are going to have I mean, I can just take this resource here. Resource, and materials, right? Resource. All right, there you go. So instead of sprite bundle, we're just going to have... Wait, hold on. I'm doing different color. I'm wondering how they are doing. So I'm assuming that we're going to use instancing in order to like draw a lot of entities efficiently, right? If I change it, the only way I can change the color is inside the material, right? So if multiple materials are using the same color, that they can be used with instancing, but if they are using different colors, am I going to be able to use the instancing then, or am I not? That depends on the implementation in Bevy, I guess, right? But I would assume, because like it should be doing instancing based on like the same materials, right? That's what I would assume. Let's just... Let's just do material mesh bundle here. Sure. Material is going to be, and materials, harvestable material, and mesh is, and materials, harvestable mesh. Before we were doing the colors here, but now we cannot specify it without creating a new material. I'm not sure if we are going to need the different colors though. Like, it depends how we actually going to visualize the harvestable things. Harvestable mesh, handle mesh, harvestable material, handle material, standard material, sure. So we do over here harvestable mesh, something like this. We do plane from size of 1, just like we had before. Or we can do cubes, actually. We can do cubes, sure. Let's do cubes. Cube, new one. Let's just do cube for the harvestable things for now, and then material for that is going to be something similar. We're just not going to use the crab PNG for it. Just going to use the color, the green, right? Alpha mode, whatever. This opaque thing, right? There you go. Now we have the cubes. You don't see it though, because it is unlit, which probably means that we actually need to light it. Let's remove unlit true from this thing. That looks like Ferris after years of cocaine addiction, lol. Hold on, this is probably a placeholder. Okay, now we have the cubes, and the cubes are like, you can see them a little bit because we have lighting, right? Okay, now we have lighting. Let's change the way we're doing the cursor. I need like all the end types here too. Can I generate iterating over all of these things? Let's just do this. We can derive it probably using some other crate. But whatever. So everything is going to be a crab. The resources, yeah. And now I just want to change the cursor. So it's not going to be viewport to world to D. It's going to be just a viewport to world, which is going to have the ray, and then we are going to calculate the world position based on that. So world position is ray origin plus ray direction multiplied by negative ray origin y divided by ray direction y. Then we take the xz of that, right? There you go. So this should allow me to do the building again. I think I should be able to actually do the building based on 3D camera now. With properly, like, I'm just raycasting to the ground basically here. Right? If I do road, no. I don't have an entity that has the world position. World position is being inserted here. To have entity camera global transform. Oh, with camera 2D. Okay. With camera 3D, I guess now. Okay. There you go. I guess we could have like the cursor system for the 2D camera and for the 3D camera separately, and then like it's going to work depending. So there you go. Now our roads look like this. Our roads look like this now. Over here we have a little bit of Z fighting, which is actually weird because nothing is changing currently. So why is it change? Like, because I'm not changing the transform here, I'm pretty sure. I can build a house here, right? We have the workers that are harvesting the resources now. Okay, there you go. The 3D is coming. The 3D is coming. Okay. Well, the road should just be a plane for sure, right? The road should be a plane for sure. So over here, I'm going to match on end type the texture, right? And if it's so like I'm going to just, you know what, the builders, harvesters, or gold harvesters are going to have the crab, and all the others are just going to not have a texture for now, right? There you go. And then yes. This should be good. So like we should not see a big crab now. We should instead just see a big square as our base. Yes. Okay, good. Now the next thing that I want to do is standard material. Well, I mean, technically everything with a sprite here. We just search for sprite here, right? Like update placing preview, for example, right? We're changing the sprite to have its color to be alpha transparency, right? Now the question is, can I change the color of a mesh bundle somehow? That's the question. Material mesh bundle. Material mesh bundle. So like, am I supposed to just have a different material? Am I supposed to just have a different material? Okay, 1 second. How do I change the opacity of a mesh? Bevy, change mesh opacity. How do I change alpha in the various sprite types? No, I'm not. I can change the entire color. It's not what I want. Change mesh color. Advice needed for changing mesh color. Materials, add color material from this color. We'll return a handle color material, which is basically an ID you can use to fetch material back. Handles are attached to your entities as components. You could query for the material and then change it by setting its color value. You can't query for just a color material, but querying for a handle color material should work. Or you could simply spawn another handle on your entity. You don't need to redo the whole bundle. And you insert an entity that already has a component. Bevy 012. There is a in the news of the Berry 012, they were specifically talking, I remember, about the instancing, automatic batching and instancing of draw commands, automatically batched when possible. And what do they mean by possible, right? Is my question. Material extensions. Bevy has a powerful shader input system allowing modular shader code reuse and previous realm. We build material extensions which enable developing new materials but build on existing materials. The material batching and instancing, 2D mesh, a Bevy mark, 3D mesh many cubes. What can be batched? Batching instancing can only happen for GPU data that doesn't require rebinding. Binding is making data available to shaders pipeline, which incurs a runtime cost. This means that something like a pipeline shaders bind group, a vertex input mesh is different. It cannot be batched from a high level currently. Entities with the same material and mesh can be batched. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like if I change the color of a material, it's not going to be using instancing anymore, right? And also, even if I change the color, am I supposed to to have two materials for am I supposed to clone my existing material and then change the color on it for a little bit, you know, in order to draw the highlight when I'm hovering things? I mean, I think so, right? We just changed the standard material, so this should be clonable for that to work. It can be cloned, yes. And then how do I know if I did not do it yet? I mean, okay, sure, let's try. So is this how am I supposed to do that, really? So I'm just going to have multiple materials for every type of an entity that I have, right? So it's not entity type, it's also based on whether or not we are covered and also whether or not we are being placeholder, you know? And state. Let's have this thing. Derive partial ACK, hash, enum, and state, which is going to be a placeholder, which is going to be normal, which is going to be hovered, right? Something like that. So for every single of these states, I need a different, well, probably not a different mesh, but a different material, right? Right? So this is the actual material. That I'm going to have, and this is going to be for the normal one, right? But before doing the normal one, we also need to specify the material for the highlighted, covered, and placeholder, right? So for the placeholder is going to be cloned material, right? But for the placeholder, I'm just going to make them semi-transparent. So material alpha mode is going to be alpha mode blend for sure. By default, alpha mode is not going to be blend, maybe. I'm not sure. Whatever. But we're going to guarantee that it's blend here. And then I'm going to say that material color, base color, alpha, set alpha to be 0.5, right? So it's going to be like a semi-transparent thing. And when we are hovered, what am I supposed to do when we are hovered? When we are hovered, can I make material base color? Base color is white. Can I make something like brighter? I can make it emissive or something. Whatever. Like, we just need to make it somehow different. I mean, or maybe for hovering, we can make them scale. Base color. Oh, we changed the lightness? Nah, we cannot change the lightness. In case we're going to use the... Let's just make them darker for now. Sure, whatever. Let's just make them darker for now. Let's just use those different materials for different things, right? So, so when we're doing the hovered, I'm not going to do the sprite. We're still going to scale them on hover, it seems. Sure. Maybe... Well, we still have the end type. No? How about we do... Instead of sprite, end type. That's going to make the hover work. So size is going to be end type size max element, right? Sure. So over here, we are going to insert the material. So we need a system that updates the material for our things, right? If we are covered or if we are being a placeholder. You know what? End state normal. I'm just not going to... We're still going to just scale them on hover, right? Think so. But for the placeholders, sprite, this is placing the placeholder, yes. Instead of doing a thing like that, we're going to do this. And we're going to do a materials mesh bundle, right? Where the mesh is going to be meshes. Get for the end type. Unwrap for default, right? And then the material is going to be materials get for the end type with the placeholder, right? And we're not going to have the sprite bundle, right? We need cloned here. So now I should see the preview of my building too, right? I think I should see the preview of my building too. So if I do click on a road, I do not see the preview. Oh, the preview is only when I actually am placing things. I see it. I do see the preview when the thing is not built. We do have the Z fighting though now. For that, we need to like change the crabs to be a little higher off the ground, right? And in order to have the update preview, update placing preview, this thing is changing what? The sprite color? And no, placement preview, we are going to change its what? Its mesh and material, right? I think we're going to update its mesh. Mesh is not a component. What is the component? Handle mesh? We're going to change the handle to the mesh, and we're going to change the handle to the material here. Handle to the standard material specifically, right? No, yes, handle to the standard material, right? So it's not going to be a sprite, it's going to be a mesh, and it's going to be a material. And we're not going to do a sprite bundle. We are going to do the material mesh bundle. Which is going to be hidden. Not going to change the sprite color. We're going to need the this thing. I need the end type, which is what I'm placing. Yes. So not sprite, but mesh is going to be equal to and materials get meshes get for the end type cloned unwrap or default. There you go. And then we do material and materials meshes materials get end type placeholder. We need like preview here too, right? Preview is going to have another material. And that's what we're doing. So end state is going to need a preview here. Preview. Okay, so for the preview and for the placeholder, they're going to look the same for now. Oh, if they're blocked, then red. Okay, we also need a material for the blocked. You know? Let's see here. If blocked 0, then Blocked preview, otherwise blocked. Right? Those are the different materials that I want. No, not just preview. Okay. So we have the preview and we also have the blocked preview material, right? So for the blocked preview, I'm gonna make a material which base color texture is going to be none, for example. And then alpha is 0.5, but also is let's just set the base color to be equal to RGBA. So like red, semi-transparent. No? Semi-transparent red for the blocked preview. That good? Tab annotations needed. Material mesh bundle for the standard material. Road. Okay, see, now we have a preview. Now we have a preview, and we can start actually doing things like that. Okay. All right. Now the question is, are we still going to just use the the textures? I think textures are okay for this game, right? We don't need an actual like mesh. This is going to be the same. We just need to fix the Z fighting here, which means that we need to make them higher than the road, right? We need to make them higher than the road. Maybe let's do update transforms. After all, we extend by the current transform. Transform translation Y. We're like keeping it, right? Material mesh bundle. I just have the transform here. Transform from XYZ 0 and type Z 0. Let's do this. So we're going to bring back this method. It's not Z, it's like height, you know, at which this model is going to fly. I'm just going to have those that are the actual crabs. Have the Z of like 0.1 maybe. Otherwise it's going to be 0. So now the crabs should be on top of the roads, and the only Z fighting is between the crabs themselves. Right? House. House, house. Okay. Well, now that I'm seeing this, because we are building roads, we need to like make connected materials. If I mean, it's not necessary, but still. Let us also, in fact, change the buildings plane. Instead of it being a plane, let's actually make everything else. I mean, the plane is going to be for these things, right? Let's do match and type for now. Those things are going to be planes. But all the other things, can we have cuboid? Because cube only has a one face side, right? Can I have something that's a box? Okay, box. Box. Bevy, render, mesh, box. Shape, box. New. With the X length to be end type size X. And the Y length to be and type size max element, and the Z and type size Y. We do this instead. So our base is going to be a box instead of a plane. There you go. Oh wait, hold on. The roads are also just boxes now. Hold on. Do I want my roads to be boxes? I'm not sure. And the house is a box. It looks like I'm not doing any depth testing currently. Is that right? The depth test is not enabled by default. Is that correct? That should be inside the material, I'm guessing, right? Standard material. Depth. Double-sided. Why am I not using the depth test? Bevy enable depth test. Like, why are my crabs on top? That doesn't make any sense. Disable depth testing for some meshes. 3D rendering, shadow biases. Standard material does not have anything to do with depth test, it seems. So I'm assuming that the depth test should actually be happening automatically. Alpha mode, fog enabled. We can enable the fog too, maybe unlit. A depth map, parallax mapping, parallax depth scale. For trying opaque render method. How do I fix it? Or do I just not understand something right now? Just look at this over here. We are rendering actually 3D objects. They have different sizes. Yeah, and they are still Z fighting the box of the. Is it because it's unlit? Like, there's no way we're Z fighting, right? Why is this box? Like, if I do a house here... Well, this house is in front. What if I do a house behind over here? This house looks correctly behind. House on the side. Do another road here. Do another road here. Here. Why is this? This is so weird. What is happening here? It doesn't make any sense to me. I should let's try making sure that we can control our camera again. Camera controls. We are doing camera, querying, mouse wheel, mouse move, mouse button, orthographic projection. We just don't have the orthographic projection anymore, right? What did I need the projection for? I was changing the projection because there was a scale there, right? That's what for. Projection? Is it just projection, which perspective or orthographic? Yeah, okay. So that's what we have on the actual camera. So if we're doing the wheel, then projection. Oh, hold on. Perspective projection does not have a scale in it, right? It's only the orthographic projection that has the scale. So in order to scale, we are going to need to change our what? FOV? Nah, we're just going to change our transform then of the camera. Be higher or lower, right? So we're just going to do, we don't need projection then, is what it means. We're just going to change our camera, transform, camera transform, translation, Y is camera transform, translation Y. And we're going to clamp this from like 1 to 200 maybe. I don't know, I'm not sure what are the numbers here, from like 10 to 200 maybe. 500, sure. Viewport to world 2D is weird. I should like write this down, by the way. Camera viewport to world 2D, even though camera is 3D. WTF. I'm going to map the ray here to ray from ray origin minus ray direction multiplied by ray origin y divided by ray direction y dot xz. This is the previous world position, this is the new world position, and we're just changing it. Okay. This should work. I should be able to control my camera again, even although we are in 3D. There you go. The only thing is I need to be modifying not my x and y, but my x and z. So I'm going to swizzle this to be x, z, y. Okay, there you go. I can move my camera again. I can scroll to zoom. No, scroll to zoom actually I don't like it. Scroll to zoom should work differently. Whatever, we're just going to fix this later. When I'm moving my camera here, oh, WASD also should be working differently. X, Y, whistle, okay. It looks to me that my lighting is weird. I do see a little bit of light on the upside there. The light is wrong. The light is wrong. So here's what else is wrong. I am pretty sure that the top face of this cube is on top of that crab. But by just like judging on how this looks and like, yeah. Like, so then for that reason, why is this crab is drawn in front? Are we not supposed to have some depth test? Hello? Should I like enable a depth test somehow maybe? Heavy depth. What is depth pre-pass? I don't want depth pre-pass. I just want a regular like things. What's wrong? I have directional light, which is the default. Whatever. Light should not matter. Let's do camera controls. So we are going to have the rotation. Camera transform. Camera transform. Also, I don't want to like change the transformation of the camera itself, but of the thing that we are looking at, right? Does this mean that my camera should be attached as a child to some like other entity, which is like the thing that we're looking at, and then I'm changing the transform of that instead? That would be... I guess it doesn't really matter much though. It makes no sense. And it looks like the... doesn't make any sense. Another thing that doesn't make sense is why do I see my crabs on top of a road? Because my crabs are technically inside of the road here, I'm pretty sure, because I'm making them go up by 0.1, but the size of the box is 1. So they should be inside there actually. You can see it by the fact that they're actually drawn behind when they are like above, see? And then once they go down, they are becoming to be in front. What's happening here? And this Z fighting doesn't make like absolutely no sense. Because it's a different Z coordinate anyway. Why is this crab now behind this cube? I need to enable something probably. Bevy 3D rendering. Let's see the example. Into setup. Maybe some resource that we need to set up. Maybe the window when we initialize it. No, it's just the default plugins. Look over here. These rows that are just next to each other. Why is one in front of the cube and the other one is behind? It's just a regular 3D camera. I'm just using the default plugins, right? I'm using a standard material. What? Is it because I'm using alpha mode? Let's... let's get rid of the alpha mode here. The alpha mode is only going to be blend when we're doing a preview or a blocked preview, for example, or a placeholder. Otherwise, we're not going to do the alpha. Maybe that's what breaks it for some reason. Well, it seems like it actually is what breaks the things. No way. Why would this be the thing that breaks the things? Now it works exactly like expected. What? Well, I'm assuming. So like in order, because like when I set alpha mode to be blend, it means that the ordering matters, but then they don't do the depth test anymore. This is so weird. Hold on. Let's see me see the documentation on the alpha mode. How to apply the alpha channel to the base color texture. See alpha mode for details. Let's see the alpha mode for details. Says how a material's color channel is used for transparency. Opaque. Base color alphas are overridden to be fully opaque. That's the default. And then mask reduce based on the threshold. Yes. Blend opacity of the color. Yes. So why does this change the way the depth test working though? It doesn't make any sense to me, to be honest. Okay, well, I mean now it's fixed. Now it's fixed. Okay. All right, sure. So now for the end type road, we are going to do the mesh from plane of one size. Okay. All right. Good. Also box new from corners. I don't want the new box. Ah shit, what did I do? Box. Let's see. I guess we can do from corners. I don't want to do from corners. I cannot name a thing box. It's called this B. B. Sure. B minimum Y. And B max Y is going to be equal to B min Y to 0 and B max Y minus B min Y. There you go. This is what I want. I want them to be placed at 0, not below ground. And this is ready. It's because I'm full screen here. Okay, there you go. Now this is a pretty big base. I can make it smaller, but still, okay. And the roads are just flat. Okay, good. Looks like this is finally working. Okay, hold on. But if I change my alpha mode of the crabs because I want some blend mode there to be there. Well, I guess, hold on. I guess the blend mode for the crabs over here. Alpha mode. Match end type. For these guys, I'm just going to use alpha mode mask based on 0.5. This is the opacity. So we're just going to mask based on alpha. Otherwise, it's just going to be the default opaque. Oh, all right, there you go. So this should fix the crabs and their like transparent pixels from being black, right? There you go. Nice. We don't see the crabs behind the buildings though now. Is that okay? How should I fix it? Is this because the base is a little bit too big? We'll see. We'll change this cube to be some like something else, right? But okay. Road. We can do more roads. We can do more houses. Right? Okay, and now when we upgrade the house, I want it to have a second store. Right? So the question is, how do we do that? But other than this, we're doing pretty good. I guess I can just like change the height of these buildings to be smaller. Right now I'm using... Okay, yeah, I think the semi-transparent things are just like rendered after. They're not semi-transparent things, right? Makes sense. Okay. The scaling on hover, maybe a little bit too much. But at the same time, I think my camera should be more further away. I don't know, let's try a camera a little different. Like this. Do we like that? Camera. It's not very easy to like to be able to draw behind the buildings. Because they're not transparent. Let's make the heights here to be this divided by 3. So they're going to be like smaller. Okay, this camera is a little bit too much rotation. I think we can do the same stuff, but rotate it a little less. Like 2 here instead of 5 maybe. Is it too zoomed out right now? Let's do 80. Like this. Is this good? Maybe. House. Okay, the houses, the base is now smaller. Okay. Should probably fix the lighting still. And then I can... Okay. We need to figure out what the houses should actually be, though. We need to figure out what the houses should actually be. Crabs are crooked. For now, we just have the cubes for the buildings. And planes for the roads. Okay. What should be... So, like, right now, I only know an idea of what should the monument be. Because we're going to play as crabs. The monument is going to be like the Bevy monument, alright? But what should be the houses? And, like, how should we draw the like, these buildings? You know? And also, now that we are in 3D, we can actually do multiple stores. So when I'm clicking on building to upgrade this should have another, basically, building on top of it, right? Right. Right. Which means that... So how am I going to do this? One of the things that I can do is to just spawn... We should make a tileable model that can be, like, stacked on top, right? I think so. Ooh. And then we can start working on the actual models. Or, hold on. Let me try and think, what should the houses be? Or we can start with the Bevy. You know, we can start with the monument itself. Monument. Update placing preview. You know what? Update placing preview. Placement blocked, you know. Or if we don't have enough money. Oh, wait. I think I want... Hold on. Money. Stop placing is not enough money. Stop placing is if not enough money. Let's not do this if we are testing. You know, if not CFG feature is well, I guess, hold on, let me just give myself infinite money in the beginning. I think that's the better way of doing it. Money. Wait, but then shit, I cannot just do it like that. Because we still need to be building things. Hold on. A sprite. Bevy engine. Alright. I mean, I'm not sure why I'm drawing this myself. Because we can just use the existing icon, right? Does this look like a Bevy bird? Okay, let's say that this is the Bevy bird. Bevy PNG. This is going to be the monument. And we're going to build multiple levels of it. Plain. So road, both road, I think, and the monument is going to be just plains. They are going to monument is also going to have the mask. Monument is going to have the texture of Bevy PNG. Unlit true. This is interesting, right? We should maybe let's do it only. If material, base color texture is none. I don't know, like technically I don't even want anything to be unlit. I want everything to be lit. Technically. I want maybe the previews to be unlit. Material unlit is true. I want the placeholders maybe to be unlit. Okay, now we have the things. We need to change the light though. How do I change the light? Directional light bundle. What matters here? Transform? Do I just change the XYZ? Like what matters for the directional light? The position, right? So if I do just 0, 10, 0, is that good directional light? Usually it's just the position, right? For the light that is directional. It didn't change anything. Like what should it be? Directional light bundle. Bevy directional light. Why is everything so dark? Directional lights don't exist in reality, but they're a good representation of light sources very far away. Illuminance. Directional light. Shadows are produced by the cascaded shadow maps. I don't care about that yet. I just want to like have the things to be not dark. How do I like what should I do for its transform? Directional light direction. There you go. We'll have a discussion. Can I get some advice how it is controlled? Because like it's not obvious. Right now I'm creating the light over the XY plane and some cubes and I started to see the following transform. Directional light sources are modeled to be an infinity and have parallel layers. As such, they don't have a position in practical terms and all the rotation matters. Okay, it's the rotation. But like some other engines, they only count the position instead of the rotation. Okay, fine. So like we're going to like what? We're just looking at the 0, where up is Y, right? We just do something similar to this thing. I think. Only the direction matters. And the default direction is what? Something else. Okay, now everything is bright. Now everything is bright. Now everything is a little too bright. How do I make everything not that bright? Why is it like... That's not the color that I have specified. Why is it so bright? So annoying. And this thing is too dark. And this thing is too bright. Like, why is there so much difference between this side and that side? Why are my crabs pink now? This is supposed to be red. Hello? Bevy, everything is too bright. Why is everything too bright? Is that the specular that I'm seeing? But like if it was just the specular, then I would see it only on one side, right? And for that thing, I'm seeing it on both sides. Like why is the top side and the front side of that thing are looking the same color and not the color that I have specified, even if it's like fully lit? I don't get it. Why are these guys gray? The color that I have specified is not gray. Hello, Pon Pon. How are you doing? I'm working on a game here. Am I getting back to handsped street runs? Well, I currently have the world record. Looks like, I don't know, are other people playing? I think I want to improve because I did fall on my speedrun, but I'm currently busy with this thing. But maybe I will play this later today because actually I will have to go soon. Because I have something that I will need to do a little later. So maybe a little later today I'll be playing hands instead. I'm working on this thing. I feel like it. What kind of game? It's like a city building game. So like I'm building roads here and then I build houses and then from these houses the new crabs appear and then they go and collect this thing which is like the forest or something like that. Then we can make crabs of different types which are like better harvesters or new builders, or we can make storages and then we build the monument to the and that's our end goal. It's like a small game that I'm making here for a game jam. We have been working this on like for like 5 days now or 6 days. I'm not sure, right? And we have like, how many days do we have left? We have 3 days left to work on this. It's like a very small game. I'm just so today yesterday it was a 2D game and now I'm trying to convert this into being a 3D game. We don't have any models yet. But I think the models are still going to be just the boxes. I'm just going to do some textures on top of them. Maybe except for the resource. Maybe I will do something else there. I'm not sure. Anyway. Right now I'm confused as about why is everything so bright. Like, I don't understand why is everything so bright now. Before everything was dark. And like, why is there's this much difference between the shadowed and the unshadowed thing? I need to change something about my materials, right? I need to change something about my materials. Standard material, let's see. We have cool mode, depth bias, depth map. emissive, flip normal, fog enabled, metallic, opaque, thickness, unlit, specular transmission, reflectance, specular transmission. What is this? When 0, the default no light is transmitted. Yes. Reflection, reflectance. Default to 0.5, mapped to 4% reflectance in the shader. Specular intensity for non-metals, 0. Roughness, 1. Metallic, 0. It doesn't fix it. This is supposed to be just green color. Why is it so bright? I have no idea. It's like the PBR, right? I'm not understanding it fully or something. But there's not much other things that I can even control here. Index of refraction. Defaults to 1.5. What is the index of refraction? I don't want the refraction at all, right? That's like for transparent materials, probably. How far on average the light travels? Attenuation color. The resulting non-absorbed color after light travels through the attenuation distance. Defaults to white, which is no change. You have any use, must be used with thickness, attenuation color, diffuse transmission. Yeah, we don't use those. I don't want those. Anyone? And is there anyone in chat who knows how to draw a box with the color that I have specified and it having shadows at the same time? Like, why are the colors not what I have specified? Because I have specified for my harvestable things. I literally have the green color there, right? Color green. Color green. And the color that I'm seeing is not green. It's like almost white. It's green on the side over there, maybe. Is it because my light is too bright? Directional light bundle. Maybe we need to configure our light. Directional light. Has color, illuminance. Maybe this illuminance is a little bit too bright. Like, why is our illuminance 100 billion? Illuminance in lux. What is lux? Full daylight, not direct sun. Maybe we need office lighting instead. You know? Maybe that's what we need. Directional light. We can change the color of the light and the, like, other shadow things. Okay, sure. Let's have the color. By default of the light is probably white, right? Yes, it is. Let's change the color to be red. What's going to happen then? And also this is the office light, apparently. Let's just test the office light first. Okay, the office light looks a lot more like what I wanted it to be. Okay, fine. So like the default light is ultra bright. Okay, understood. Not sure why. My crabs are almost my crabs are too dark now though. Okay, so now we need to increase the brightness. More luminance. In lux. Okay, 320 office lighting. So office lighting is like, yeah, okay, overcast day. Typical TV studio lighting. Okay. And we had 10 billion direct sunlight. Okay, 1000. Okay. My crabs are still... Well, I mean, maybe for the crabs it makes sense because like I'm trying to make them pink instead. Let's not change the color. Hold on. Color. Base color. Base color over here. I'm going to match and type. And this thing is going to be white, and other things are going to have their actual color. Okay, there you go. If I don't change the color, they are still too dark. They are still too dark. Why are they looking brown instead of being orange? It looks like this side is brighter than the top side now. Hold on. What is wrong with my directional light? My directional light is okay. Let's make it coming more from above, I guess. So that it's like in from the top. My top face should be the most lit. It is still not bright. Like, why are they looking like poop right now? My crabs. That's not the color that I drew. Why am I spending so much time on it? Maybe I should go back to 10 billion illuminance. Maybe we should instead have an ambient light. Command spawn. Ambient light. Probably. I need to spawn this, right? Ambient light. Color and brightness. Okay, sure, default. Maybe if we have the default ambient light and default directional light. This is not a component, because ambient light is a resource, of course. I mean, makes sense. How's performance after transitioning to 3D? It's only about the rendering, right? And as long as we're using the instancing, it should not, like, there's no reason for it to be less performant, is what I mean. You know? No reason. The only reason is if we like increase the number of pixels that we draw, or if there is too many vertices, but we use cubes, which are like very simple models, you know? So it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter at all. We use very simple models. Maybe like for this light, the like performance is going to suffer. Like if I introduce the shadows right now, for example, I don't have shadows yet, right? But I can make my light to drop shadows, and like that can affect the performance a little. Okay, this is like the only thing that I'm fighting right now in 3D is the light. Because everything is like too bright, and then I change it a little bit, and then it's like too too dark. you know? I have no idea. Why is it so bright? Is this good enough? Like, the problem is my crabs don't look the color that I set them to be. Like, that's very annoying, you know? I draw something with a specific color and then it looks different. Okay? This looks good enough though. This looks good enough. All right. Anyway, if we wanted to test the performance, then we can like try actually playing the game. In 3D, the problem is like trying to build behind the buildings, I think. Especially if I did not implement yet upgrading the buildings to make them be multiple stores. So like upgrading the buildings should be implemented, right? For 3D, in the 3D way, so that we can have skyscrapers. For now, everything is a box, roads are planes, and crabs are just like crabs, you know? But yeah. Performance-wise, we are not seeing any problems. And we should not. Well, maybe in the previous Bevy version, the performance would suffer because the instancing and like batching is written in the release notes specifically for Bevy 0.12. So maybe in the previous Bevy version, this would have bad performance. But now that they like I'm every single pixel, which was before a pixel, right? We now have a cube, right? But all of those cubes are the same, which can be like batched and drawn using just one draw call with instancing, and it looks like this is what they are doing, so that's good. But probably before in Bevy it would have bad performance. Anyway, I don't want to work on like the graphics too much. The only thing that I want to do, I think like I'm not going to make harder models. I'm just going to change the textures, and for the buildings themselves, I'm also going light changes the material color. A white ball under blue light looks blue and under red looks reddish. Yes, it makes sense. But why does my red ball under white light looks white? Because something that's red should be looking red, right? Unless so like the maximum color is the color that I specify, right? Like at least that's how I was implementing this, but I guess it's the way I was implementing before was not like physically based rendering. I tried to like make it so that I don't have any specular things, but yeah. What I don't understand is why this is not an orange crab when it's like fully lit. It should be just the default, the color that was there originally. I understand that like the shadow is basically like not full light, which is why the sides are looking different, right? Or if it was well, yeah. What I don't understand is why do I have additional color? It should only become darker than how I drew it. Why is it becoming lighter is what I don't understand. I understand why it's looking different on the shadows. Why it is becoming lighter. And how do I prevent that from happening? Is this... White light is not white? Is it because how color blends? What do you mean how color blends? Basically, I only want the shadows. Can I have not a physically based rendering then? Can I have something simpler? Like, something that I understand, something simple. All I want is to have things that are like is like change the color based on the normal relative to the direction of my light, right? So something that's in the shadow should be darker, like we have here, but something that is like fully lit by being directed directly at the light should have the original color that I had. Can I have this behavior? Because that is easy to understand in my opinion. And what's happening right now, I don't understand. But maybe I should just be reading on physically based rendering. Because how do I control how my things look when I'm drawing them in paint? You don't know Bevy? Well, it's physically based rendering. I'm assuming it's a problem with like me not understanding the PBR way, right? It doesn't have anything to do with Bevy probably, right? It's just about the PBR. So here's my material, right? It's a standard material. I changed its perceptual roughness, so the roughness to 1 and metallic to 0 and reflectance to 0, so that like no. I think what I want is not the PBR, but like something that we were using like in before. Isn't it like called the Fong material or something? Fong material in like Blender. Fong shading. Isn't this what I want? Like the PBR is the new modern thing, right? That I don't really know. I just want this. Remove the specular, just have the diffuse color, and that's it. You know? I just want this thing. I don't even want any specular things to have. I don't like this because like this is for the metallic things. No. Can I have this effect on the PBR? Like you see, this is a green, right? Hold on. Here's Bevy New 010. This is when they introduced the PBR, I'm assuming, right? Perceptual roughness, okay.
Hello?
And then this is the metallic, depth and normal prepass. No. Hello, Batman.
Hello there?
You think he means how Krebs blends with background gray become lighter? They don't have any opacity on them. They are completely opaque, so there's no blending happening. Blending is something that's happening when your object is semi-transparent and then being drawn on top of something behind it, right? There's an actually issue in Bevy. Oh, they just want to support the Fong shading and Lambert materials. Allow plugin authors to probably implement scene loaders and formats such as this FBX. Other engines already implement both. Okay. So, they don't like say like why though. Like, is PBR material just? I thought PBR was supposed to be like a superset that supports the way Fong materials worked before, but it's like more powerful. Am I wrong? I thought it's just supposed to be like a more powerful thing. So I should have the same effect that I wanted. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Take a look at the difference in this picture and in that picture. What is this? An extremely popular algorithm used in film. ACES, default and real tone mapping algorithm. Wait, hold on. Do we have tone mapping? Because look at this. This is what I want, I think. And then over here, this ball is a lot brighter. It's called tone mapping. I do remember seeing something about that. Somewhere. Maybe it was inside the camera, or maybe it was inside the light. Tone map. Let's take a look at docs. Bevy. Tone map. Tone map was on a camera bundle. Camera bundle 3D. We have tone mapping. Tone mapping. Optional is enables tone mapping. What is the default though? Is tone mapping by default disabled? Or do we have tone mapping? It's on a camera bundle. Tone mapping is just the default. Tone mapping. Okay, now by default it's disabled. All right, so that's not the thing. Shadowing is something that I want to add. Yes. For that I need a ground, right? A ground plane object probably that's going to receive the shadows, and also like the other buildings are going to receive the shadows, obviously. Okay, fine. Let's see how do we do the shadows. How do we do the shadows? Can I just do the shadows right now? Can I just do the shadows? Like easily. Can I just say that material receive shadow true and material cast shadow true? Is that what I want to do? Material shadow. No. How do I do shadows? How do I do shadows? Bevy shadow mapping. How do I do shadows? Bevy enable shadows. Shadow biases. All right, let's see. We have a light. Maybe on the light we should enable shadows. Shadow filtering method, hardware 2x2. I guess that's just like for controlling the shadow filtering method on the camera. We have material mesh transform. This is just the PBR bundle. Lights. Spatial bundle. What is spatial bundle? This is this example for the old Bevy version. Lights. Lights is the component. This is ugly. This is the example in Bevy. This looks so bad. What the fuck? Maybe I should not enable the shadows. Why is this so bad? Or is it like for testing the bias? That's probably like a testing, right? Thing. So ugly though. Spatial is just transform. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, how do I configure my light? Light. Transform. Oh, you just have an entity with just the transform, with the component of the lights, and then children. As a child to the light entity, you have a point light and you have a directional light. Illuminance. Shadows enabled, true. There you go. We should just enable the shadows, right? On the light. Let's see, directional light. Over here. Shadows enabled, true. Hello? My Rust analyzer stops working. Is it because my file is too big? 1600 files? So I cannot even like cargo FMT. Oh no, hold on. It's because I had this thing. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. My bad, my bad. Okay, do we see any shadows? I do not see any shadows. The only thing that I see is that my performance is now 1 FPS instead of 100 FPS like we had before. Shadows enabled definitely lowered the FPS here. But I don't actually see any shadows. Slow zoom. Yeah, the zoom is slow. I'm just too lazy to fix it right now. Because I'm like trying to figure out how to do things in 3D for just right now. I don't see any shadows. All I see is that my FPS is now much worse than it was before. Oh wait, hold on. I think I see the shadow. I think I see the shadow. Hold on. Let's zoom. It's not going to be very fast, but I'm going to be able to zoom. If I zoom closer, is it the shadow that I'm seeing? No, I don't think it's the shadow. Wait, hold on. It is the shadow. Hold on. Look at this. Look at these crabs casting shadows. The crabs are actually casting shadows. Look at this. They cast shadows on the roads. And then there is a little bit of a shadow on the from this cube. Very small. Yeah. Very small. Maybe the light should be coming from the top right so that I see the shadow like over on this side instead. Also, okay. Well, I mean it works. All right, there you go. Yeah, but let's change the direction of the light once again. JetBrains Rust new IDE. It's not that new. It's the Rust Rover. Yeah, it's the Rust Rover. It's not new. I guess it's still in preview. I'm not going to care about that though because it's paid. So I'm not going to pay. I'm too poor, you know? Even my Linux is not activated. Like how am I supposed to afford that? Okay, I'm just going to keep using the VS Code. It's not LSP, so meh. I don't know. The last time I tried the Rust in IntelliJ, it was working better than the so like before the Rust analyzer, they had the other thing, Racer, Rust Like there's another language server for Rust, and back in the days, the IntelliJ was working better for sure. Not sure, like RLS, yes, RLS. So like, yeah, but I was still using the VS Code. I don't know. I just don't want to be using IntelliJ. It reminds me of work, you know. So I don't want to work, you know. So that's why I'm using the VS Code. Um. Okay, let's change the light direction to be not from the same direction, but from the opposite direction of the camera. And also, let's spawn the ground. Spawn the ground. Commands. Spawn. PBR bundle. Post PBR bundle. Hold on. PBR bundle is different. Oh, it's just material mesh bundle with standard material. Okay. Understand. Okay, mesh is going to be meshes. Resource assets mesh, right? Materials. Okay, so we're just going to set the transform, this. Everything is default, but we're going to have the mesh. Meshes add mesh from plane from size of 1000. Sure. Right, and then and then the material is going to be materials add standard material. Standard material where color, base color is going to be color dark green. Okay, dark green grass is what we're going to have in the bottom so that we can have shadows casted to this plane in the beginning. I guess the transform of that is going to be though a little bit lower than the ground because the road needs to be drawn on top of that. Transform from XYZ 0, negative 0.1 and 0. Okay, there you go. Now we should have the everything casting shadows on the ground. Amazing. We have a linker error. Cargo clean. All right. There you go. There you go. Hold on. Let me fix the camera controls so that the scaling here is better. 10 times better. There you go. 10 times faster scaling. All right. It's not scaling. I'm moving my camera down when doing that. All right. There you go. It looks like also if we zoom in, you see like the shadows become more. And then you zoom out and the shadows are like, yeah, that's because they call it the distance something, right? The cascaded shadow maps. Yes. All right. This has impact on the performance though. The shadows, they have impact on my performance. Cascaded shadow maps. Ray March knows everything about those things probably. All right. How are you doing? Hello. The only thing that I don't like is that like the fact that I made my ground below y0, I actually see this gap. But if I don't do that, like, what am I supposed to do instead of y0 to be negative 110, like this? How am I doing? I'm doing great. I'm enjoying my Bevy a lot more than I did last time. Bevy is fun. Alright. We're making a game here. Turning it into a 3D instead of a 2D like it was before. Did I find a way to make it work? I think it's just last time we tried to make a puzzle game and the ECS way doesn't work well with puzzles, I think. Or maybe I don't know, something about that. My engine doesn't have any features. So like I need to like implement shadows from scratch, right? I did it, but you know, in Bevy it's already there. That's nice at least. In Bevy 012 they do the instancing, so every single thing that I'm harvesting here is a cube, and I'm rendering like a lot of those. Our performance is still pretty good here. So like I skip a lot of work while using Bevy. I'm just it's not more about the Bevy. It's just I mean there is like some things that I don't like, right? I'm just when working on my engine, I'm not using the ECS approach, and I'm mostly just saying that I like like the ECS way. Feels nice this time compared to the last time, you know. You will figure out shadows in no time. No. I mean, I have already implemented them. I made a 3D game with shadows in my engine already. Shadows are not that hard. I'm just saying that I need to implement them. So like for that, the reason the Bevy is like good, but I'm mostly like figuring out the ECS. Okay, we have our crabs, we have our shadows. Okay. Shadows probably need to be like configured. They have a lot of impact on my performance. Maybe if I compiled in release mode, but at the same time my dependencies are already optimized, right? So I'm not sure if compiling in release mode is going to make any difference. I need to like configure my shadows somehow probably. You like the ECS, but the way rendering stuff is done, I don't quite like in Bevy. I'm not sure how it's done. I did not look at it. I just spawned an object and it just, I mean, I'm not sure. What exactly do you not like? I have a list of the baggy pog moments. For example, here's what I tried to do. I tried to set my alpha mode to be blend so that my transparent objects are going to be drawn, and then the depth test is disabled when that happens apparently, or something. I don't know. There is some moments, but they don't matter much. I think they have this idea of a scene. I have not worked with scenes yet. I'm not sure. It was strange because loading an asset file meant it was placing things in a scene or something. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. They have a new asset system, but I don't think that was changed. That the thing that you were talking about in the new asset system in Bevy 0.12, you can have pre-processing of your assets. So like, I don't think that matters. The thing that I didn't like about the assets last time was that like the weak handles, the strong handles, they all the same, you know. They have the default handle to an asset is basically a null pointer. Things like that. All right, anyway. Ah. We have progress. We have progress. The game is now 3D. All right. And the game we're building, by the way, if you just joined, we are controlling a colony of crabs, and we build houses. Houses spawn more crabs, which are harvesting the resources from the whatever this is going to be. Then we build houses, we can build more builder crabs, we can build better harvesting crabs, we can build storages to store things. And then after we build all of that, we can build the final building, which is going to be the monument. The monument is going to require a lot of resources though. Okay. Okay, so right now I have the idea that the little entities here, can you make it curved like Animal Crossing? What do you mean curved? The box is curved, right? I don't know. I don't think I want to, because we're supposed to have a lot of entities here, and I want to have simple look. I'm more thinking about like Minecraftish look here. You know, because we are supposed to have a lot of entities here. The more you build, I don't want to have any performance issues. You know, when we're going to be playing this game in browser. Okay, anyway, so you make your city. The only thing that is not implemented right now for 3D, I guess. Well, these storages, they have capacity. We don't visualize their storage capacity currently. The crabs, they have their inventories. This is not visualized. The resources, they can have multiple resources inside them. This probably is going to make them higher, and the buildings, they can be upgraded, which is basically stacking another building on top, which means that I think I'm just going to make this like, I'm going to take the model and just spawn another model on top of that when this happens. Probably, yeah. I mean, if you just use the default things in Bevy, it just works on the browser. It's not that hard to do browser builds, you know? Speaking about browser builds, I know for a fact that the current browser builds are broken, because in Bevy 0.12.1 they have released something new which broke the the builds. If you look at the Bevy game template, they have the issue that was closed, and I am pretty sure trunk only shows black screen over here. What we need to do, if you add insert resource, asset meta check never. This is what we want. We want to never check the meta for the assets. Apparently, is a thing. Insert resource, asset meta check never. Hello? Why is this? You really tried so hard to get there back in your C++ days, and it was pretty much impossible. I did it with Script and in Rust before too, which I'm assuming was like the same for C++. You just use Script, right? If you use OpenGL, then it should like just OpenGL SDL, and then it just works on the browser, right? No? Anyway, these days it's even easier in Rust, at least. Why is where's the asset meta check? Asset meta check. Asset meta. Am I really not seeing the thing that is here? Yes, please turn off the asset meta check. I will close by turning it off by default in the template. Bevy asset meta check. Am I stupid or is my Rust analyzer stupid? Use Bevy asset meta check. Huh? Maybe I need to enable some feature for it. Oh, I mean, maybe I need to update Bevy to 1.0.12.1, and that's how I do it. Okay. Okay, fine. Cargo update, and then we rebuild everything. Rust analyzer, stop. It's going to be a long time of rebuilding now, I guess. So if we do trunk build, it's going to take a while. Okay, we need to figure out what our buildings should be looking like. Like I said, I only have the idea for the monument. It is going to be the Bevy monument, right? But what should be the houses? Crab house. Crab house images. Nah. I mean, we can do them just as the regular buildings, technically, right? Just make them buildings with windows, right? And they are going to turn into the skyscrapers. Can do it like that. Okay, assets. Assets. No, a sprite. Let's Um, let's see. Here's our buildings. Here's our buildings. We're going to have 3 windows on each side. 3 windows. Like that. Amazing, right? I'm such a good artist, guys. House windows. Game. Okay, so for the house, we are going to have the house windows PNG texture. I'm not sure how do I like if I just generate a box, then can I make a texture different on the top face and the side faces have a different texture? Or do I mean, I guess I could instead like just generate my own mesh instead. And in my textures, I could like split them in 2 halves. One of them is going to be like, you know, this side texture, and one of them is going to be the top texture. Let's wait for the trunk build to finish because I want to check it. And then I actually probably am going to like finish for today. Even although there is more things to be done. All right. We're waiting. But I'm going to assume that it's going to work. 3D Pog. There you go. Then we just push. But just in case, I will check it. 3 days left. Is 3 days enough to finish this? Well, I just need the assets. And like I said, it's not going to be very hard. I'm just going to just draw the textures on the sides. Just need to figure out what to draw. Exactly. Okay, it's built. It's built, and now it's what? Fetching cargo artifacts. Okay. How long is it going to take to fetch the cargo artifacts? What does it even mean? What's it doing right now? I don't understand. Haven't we built this already? Maybe wasn't Bindgen is running? Wasn't Bindgen is usually really fast. What is it doing right now? Like, just restart it. Oh, it's compiling again? Wait, what? Wasn't it finished already before? Why is it compiling it again? Weird. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just not going to wait. I'm just not going to wait because we need to like recompile everything. Since I updated my dependency here, I'm going to just wait for this to work, update my each page, check it there, and yeah, because I don't want to wait for more compilation right now. I'm just going to end the stream. Let's see who else is doing Bevy Gem. Maybe no one. Mm -hmm. That copy is ending the stream. Oh, Badcop was still alive. Let's see. Movie is ending.
Australia, 2 viewers, advent of code catch up, 5.2. All right, let's go see. Wait, are you also raiding Kuvi? Let's raid let's raid this guy. You want a double raid? He's doing advent of code. Let's go.
Advent
All right,
of
hell yeah.
code.
Let's do it.
Ever
Thank you
underscore.
for hanging out, everybody. We're
All
gonna do
right.
a double raid. So
Ah,
raid message
see you
raid.
guys tomorrow.
If you got the Bad Cop 3 raid emote, do that. Otherwise, you can just say raid.
Hello?
Bye. I mean, hello, Picorly, but bye.
Howdy, howdy. Welcome aboard, Bad Cop. Double rated, crazy. That's insanity, man. Welcome aboard, everybody. Yeah,